This has got to change. Like, if we're going to be leaders in the community, let's try to educate people on some of these issues or more than just left or right. It's about putting your principles first and what's right first. Congress is meant for us to have differing ideas and come together for a good solution. Maybe not be, great for this side or great for that side, but it's great for the country.
If we're going to fix this structurally, it's going to take that kind of an effort, I think, because you're right. None of the leaders are coming in on a white horse to save us. Then we cannot sit back and let what's happening in Washington and in many state legislatures continue to happen. If we don't start actively finding a way to engage and to do so in ways that are not only fulfilling the mission of Principles First, to kind of dial down and de-escalate the polarized nature of what's happening in our country. And
the reason why I've joined Principles First is to find a community of people who think somewhat like I do and, see how we can move forward from here.
You're saying a lot of things that this group is saying.
Yeah.
Maybe you should check it out. And I'm like, I'm all in, man. I was like, I could listen to these people talk all day.
I became aware of Principles First because of the Republican Accountability Project.
I joined Principles First last spring.
And I just became a huge Bulwark follower. Through that, I learned about Principles First. So I'm super excited about coming to this conference because the speakers.
The lineup that you guys have is just absolutely incredible, and I can't wait.
I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most is getting to meet other Principles First people while I'm there.
I'm just so proud of people like him and Mona and Bill who are willing to say, yeah, I'm conservative, but what's going on now is not conservative.
Because you were having these conversations, you're coming from different directions, but I walked away going, oh my gosh. It felt productive. I felt like we had reached each other in different ways, sort of thing. And that to me is a lot about what Principles First is about.
Hi, I'm Matthew McCaffrey.
I'm Jean.
Hi, my name is Brian Higgerty.
Hi, I'm Ann Phelan.
So I'm Kyle Friedrich.
Hi, I'm Tim.
And I put my principles first.
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 And I'm proud to be a member of Principles First.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm John Storella, and I'm California chapter head of Principles First. If you're from California, come buttonhole me after this so we can talk more. Today, we are quite fortunate to have in conversation former Illinois Congressman Adam Kinzinger. Congressman Kinzinger served in the Air Force and rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel. He was congressman from Illinois from 2011 to 2023. The congressman has always put service and principles first, which I guess is why he's here with us today. That was most put forward when he showed real political courage by serving as one of two Republican members of the House Select Committee to investigate the events of January 6th. And that, to me, makes him a genuine American hero. Now, if you want to read more about his life, you should pick up his book, a best-selling New York Times memoir, Renegade, Defending Democracy and Liberty in Our Divided Country. And he's also got a children's book called Paws of the Republic, which I presume is about a cat, which introduces young readers to civic values and the importance of democracy. The congressman will be in conversation with Emma Petty Adams, who's executive director of Mormon Women for Ethical Government. And she brings experience in civic government, engagement, coalition building, and strategic communications. So I will now turn it over to you. Please join me in welcoming Emma and the congressman.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. By the way, the children's book is called That's What Heroes Do, just so you know. And it's out May 5th. And it's really good. No cats. I don't like cats, sorry. Okay, Emma, please
neither do
continue.
I. I actually am very allergic to cats, so we're in agreement here. So we actually have a few things in common. One is that not the cat thing. The other thing is that we first met a few years back at a Principles First event where you were launching Country First. And at that event, it was your birthday, and it was my birthday.
Yeah, we're birthday twins.
So we share a birthday.
Yeah.
But it gets even better because I'm a bicentennial baby. And that means that I'm turning 50 this year. And it also means that I was born to be patriotic. It was just in me. And we also share the political party. I registered Republican the day I turned 18. So I want to ask you about that word, patriotic. It is a word that perhaps in the past was an easier one to define. Do you still claim that word? And if so, has it changed for you over the past decade?
Yeah, it's a great question. And yes, I claim it because I refuse to let the bad guys claim it, right? Like when they called themselves patriots when they were storming the Capitol, like I feel like, and clearly they did massive damage to the word patriot, right? You think about what's the white racist group, Patriot Front, and all that kind of stuff. And I think it's really essential actually for us as kind of pro-democracy loving people to not let them own that word. Because patriot actually has a really amazing history, right? You think about the revolution, we fight to throw off a king. No kings in this country. They were the patriots fighting, the patriots at Concord Hill. And so to me, it is really important that, and that's why I'm glad you asked it, it's really important that we maintain ownership of that word. You can call yourself a patriot and be a far-right agitator that doesn't believe in democracy. I can't stop you with the First Amendment from saying that. But the reality of it is, patriotism is defined by throwing kings off, throwing kings out of this country, and believing in democracy and the importance of the people. And so how's it changed for me? I think the main way is just over time what I thought would be kind of automatic. You join the military, you fight for your country, you believe in democracy, you're a patriot. We now have to think through deeper, right? Because again, so many people have claimed that title. And to me also, I would hear when I was younger people that said like dissent, what would they say? Like dissent is patriotism. And I never understood that, right? I'll be honest with you. You see, raised up, you see the Vietnam protests and they're like, that is a patriotic protest. I would always be like, well, how is that a patriotic protest? And I think what's happened for me is I've grown to understand that that is a patriotic protest. That people having an opinion and being willing to operate within the bounds of what this country has set up is patriotism. And so I think my definition of it has broadened a little bit. And I also want to say very quickly, I have a good friend here that is, in my mind, a real patriot. And his name is Trevor Reed. And Trevor Reed was, you all may know his story. He was in a Russian prison, wrongfully captured. He was there for a few years, got traded out under Joe Biden, and then he actually went to Ukraine and fought for the Ukrainians, and he has a book out called Retribution. But anyway, Trevor's here, and I just wanted to point him out. And that's to me, I say to me, he's a real patriot. He fought for the United States of America, but he went and he was obviously abused by the Russians and in their prison, by being locked up. But then he came out and he fought for Ukrainians for their freedom. And so to me, that is a broad definition of patriotism. That may be a long answer to what you want, but that's how it's evolved for me.
No, I love that because it's an answer that shows growth and development. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we all want as humans, is to grow and develop. So is it fair to say that maybe in the past you felt like patriotism was maybe a little bit more owned by your side?
Yeah.
And now you feel like we should all own it?
Yes. And let me use this example. If you were raised in here kind of on the right spectrum, or you were raised on the left spectrum, okay? You probably were raised in an environment where you saw the other side as unpatriotic, right? And that's just kind of the definition of the politics, how we have it, right? The right believes the left hates the country. The left believes the right hates the country as it exists today. One of the things that's been amazing to me is as this pro-democracy coalition has been built, talking to people that were not raised in the same environment as me, or maybe raised with a different political viewpoint, and recognizing they love their country as much as I do. And I think for those of you that are raised in one perspective or another here, now that you've been involved with this pro-democracy coalition, I hope you also have had the ability to look and say, hey, that person that actually 10 years ago we'd have been on the opposite ends of a political campaign, I recognize they love America. Now, I will caveat that and say, if you're taking over the Capitol building on January 6th, I do not believe you love America, and I do not believe you are a patriot, because I think it is essential that you operate within the Constitution that, from 250 years ago to today, people swear to protect and defend. But yeah, it's been amazing, because I was raised to believe that, we are the patriotic side, and I've come to realize actually the left is as patriotic as the right ever was.
Okay, so we've established that you're in a room full of patriots, and we're all each defining that according to where we are in our journey. So there was a conversation earlier about the rule of law and the judiciary, and that is obviously one branch of government that is, I think, holding up quite well in this moment, all things considered, under executive pressure. You have the executive. I think we can all agree that executive pressure is at its most extreme it's ever been, even those of us who were questioning executive power, in previous generations. So what can a group of patriotic Americans do to reinvigorate Congress, which is the people's branch? We cannot exert pressure like we would wish to on the judiciary or the executive, as much as we would love to be able to pull up and to the White House and say our piece, but we can and should be exerting pressure on Congress. So what would you say to this group and to Americans who are watching about what they can do on that front?
So let me say the very first piece of advice is to take that burden that you carry on your shoulder every day, that saving this country depends on you. We all carry this, right? We all feel like I've got to do another tweet or another email or something, and we exhaust ourselves. We carry this massive burden and we weigh ourselves down. Take that burden and drop it, okay, first off. Because I think here's the reality of what we're in. We're in a moment where I believe, this steam train of destruction has been moving, or freight train of destruction has been moving, and we finally are starting to put the brakes on it. And I think when there's a new Congress, I think the brakes will be put on, but there is still momentum behind a train with its brakes on. So there's destruction that's going to happen, and I don't want to gloss over that. But the reality is the other side will win if we get exhausted and if we give up. Because to them, to the chaos wing of the GOP, which is almost the whole GOP now, to the chaos wing of the GOP, all of this chaos, all of the craziness, all of Donald Trump waking up and deciding 15% tariffs now, not 10, because he's a 4-year-old boy and he wants to, I can do this. All of that is energizing to them. It's like a Coca-Cola with cocaine in it to them, okay? You and I get exhausted by it. So the very first thing is our main goal here is to survive this era with our determination intact, okay? That's number one, and that is the most important. If you do nothing else, it's that. Because how many of you know people in here that have given up on politics? Everybody, I think, knows at least one, and you look at the number that represents. Second is, yes, Congress is this nebulous thing out there. Everybody knows their congressman, but they don't know Congress, and so it feels untouchable. The reality of it is it's not. Congress folks actually represent not their districts, because they clearly don't, but they represent the party interests in their districts. And so I think the recognition that you can make a difference when it comes to a congressional election is important. But most importantly, if you want to affect it, is when you go out to do things like visit on Capitol Hill, for instance, and you are from the district and you meet with either the congressman or you meet with the staffer, when I was in Congress, paid far more attention when a group came into my office and somebody in that group was in my district versus if it's just a group that comes, unless I had a real personal interest in it. So the biggest thing I can tell you, I don't have a golden magic bullet here to say, this is the one thing we should have been doing that we have been missing, right? Because we're in a country of 400 million people almost, and we have to operate within that. But the biggest key is to not give up. Keep courageous, keep your wits about you, and don't fatigue out. I think that's the main thing.
Thank you. I think that's very astute and wise, having been someone who's worked in cross-partisan advocacy for the past 9 years. And those who've become my most effective advocates over the course of almost a decade are the ones who protect their peace to some extent, who don't spend a lot of excessive time worrying about the things that they can't control, and instead zero in on the things that they feel like they can. And, that was a bit of a self-serving question, because I'm spending the next 2 days on the Hill, and one of the things I'm doing is bringing letters from constituents. And
good, that's really important.
Exactly.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so you have served our country for a lot of years in many different capacities, in the military and in Congress, and specifically you were on the Foreign Affairs Committee for quite a while. And I learned you came to Salt Lake City in January, and it was right after Venezuela, so you were asked a lot of questions about foreign affairs, and it was really wonderful to hear you talk about that. But in your experience working across these different countries, what have you learned about the practice of democracy from people beyond our shores?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about places like Ukraine. I'm thinking about places like Afghanistan, Iraq, like other places. What has that inspired in you?
Listen, that's a great question about what democracy in other places inspired in me. So we often sit around and we're like, oh, I get it. There's these Republican members of Congress that aren't speaking out because they get death threats. Who cares? If you don't want death threats, then you're in the wrong freaking business, right? I mean, honestly, you knew there has been an intervening election between when politics went off the rails and death threats started and your current job in politics. You had a chance to walk away. Like Arby's is hiring if you want to have no death threats, okay? And maybe you get death threats in Arby's. I don't know. Because when I was in like Afghanistan or Iraq, both as a military member, but importantly as a member of Congress that would travel, something always struck me, which was when I walked away, I'd be like, I met with some members of parliament of Afghanistan, for instance, and I'm like, there is a chance that half of them will be killed in the next year. Or I'd be in Iraq, and you'd always hear about a member of parliament that was assassinated by a car bomb or whatever. And people still ran for Congress or Parliament because they understood that like their democracy that they were fighting for, whether it would succeed in the country or not, was largely based on whether they were willing to take that stand. So we sit here and we build governments in Iraq and we say, well, gosh, they're not willing to fight for their own country. And our own members of Congress are unwilling to open an email that says, I hate you, I'm gonna come after you. By the way, people that are real threats actually don't send death messages. So I'm sorry, like that person's not a threat, okay? And if honestly you don't have the courage to stand up and deal with that and take those threats, then you have no right to tell the Afghanistan government, for instance, that they're not willing to fight hard enough for their country, and so we're gonna just abandon them and leave. And so that to me, I think there really could have been, like my willingness to take a stand on the January 6th stuff or on Trump, I think there could have been a little bit of that rubbing off into that decision, which is like, I literally meet with people that are going to die in the course of doing their job. The other thing, I remember in 2022, the Ukrainians were fighting very hard to get fighter jets, and I was kind of leading that charge in Congress. And I met 2 Ukrainian fighter pilots that were very well known. And they came in and talked to me. And I remember, they wore their masks in pictures because they knew that they'd have threats against them and everything else. And I met with them, and I remember when they left, and keep in mind I'm a military pilot, and I remember thinking, I just met the two pilots in the military that are most likely to die that I've ever met. And I've been a military pilot for however long at that point, 20 years. And they both did, by the way. And I see that in, young men, now they're pilots, so they're a little older than the average soldier, but young men that knew very well that they could die, and they did. I wear on my wrist the name of Andreas O'Keefe, and he's a friend of mine that was killed in 2018 in Iraq. And actually, in my book, That's What Heroes Do, he's in it. And I just I remember thinking, how can we as members of Congress ask people to be willing to die for the country, most of the young people, to give up. It's the end of the movie. It's the end of their story, to die for their country. But we're unwilling to give up a $174,000 a year job because it's our identity and because we want to walk in a room and feel special because we're members of Congress, and we're going to salute a flag-draped coffin that arrives at Dover and pretend to give a rat's a word about any sacrifice any Americans made. And so I say all that to say it has been what the real cost of democracy is that I think has been, for me, the thing that's changed me the most. I always thought democracy was automatic in this country, and I've learned recently it isn't, right? The last thing I'll say is for self-governance to survive, the only thing we need is to agree on the rules of the road. That's it, right? Of the hundreds of people in this room, we can all have a different opinion on every issue. But as long as we agree the rules of the road, here's how elections work, here's how we're going to vote on the issues, then we will survive because we're forced to, work through it. When Donald Trump came along and convinced half of the country that an election was stolen and the system didn't work, you cannot have democracy survive under that. We fought a revolution, and we're proud of it, and we should be proud of it, over the fact that we believe if you're going to tax us, we have to be represented. We fought a revolution over that. And yet you're going to convince half the country that they are unrepresented because their vote isn't counting? That's why things like voting rights is so important. And when we talk about voting rights in minority groups, and we talk about what is it the Republicans are trying to do right now, they're trying to disenfranchise. And when you disenfranchise people, it takes away their voice. If it takes away their voice, it leads to violence.
So I appreciate you bringing up Afghanistan. I mean, when I lived in Omaha, Nebraska, my family helped resettle multiple refugee families from Afghanistan and other countries. But I specifically remember the one family that was an Afghan. They were an interpreter, right? SIV, Special Immigration Visa for the U.S. military. And I remember, I took my 14-year-old son with me to pick him up from the airport, and we had put all their brand new car seats, and we had spent weeks gathering and filling this entire apartment for them so that when they got to America, they would have a safe place to be. And we picked them up, and I just remember the wife, the husband was obviously could speak English very well, right, because he had interpreted for American soldiers, but she couldn't look me in the eye. She was just scared. And we walked them through this apartment, and she had 2 little girls, and I believe she was pregnant at the time, and we went from room to room and showed them the drawers full of clothing, and then the food full of, the cupboards full of food that was their food, right? We went to an Afghan grocery store and got the food, and I watched her gradually over that time start to look me in the eye and kind of come out of her shell, and at the end gave me a big hug. And my experience resettling our Afghan friends was just one of the most compelling experiences that I was able to give my children to experience. But also just, I could see in their eyes how much they appreciated democracy, right? If you want to really do something, go help resettle a refugee family, and that will help you see America through new eyes. So while we're talking a little bit about foreign affairs, when you spoke in Salt Lake, Venezuela was kind of hot off the press. And so at the time, your take was, well, if it went this way, this is a good thing, and if it goes this way, it's a bad thing. What's now that the dust has settled a little bit with Venezuela, and then we have, some hotspot in Iran, like, what are you thinking about American leadership in those countries right now and how we're exercising our power?
I mean, the sad thing is Venezuela went the wrong way, which is, okay, you capture Maduro, and it was an amazing operation. Let's just say the military did amazing in terms of the ability to do that, and we should be very proud that we have a military that can do that. But the problem is, and when I was in Salt Lake, the point I had mentioned is, well, it depends what happens next. Is it going to be the same regime, or is it going to be the legitimately elected regime or legitimately elected leadership coming in and then holding new elections? And of course, it's the same regime, right? All Donald Trump did was just change the names at the top of the ticket because for whatever reason, he had a personal beef against Maduro. And I would agree, I would probably assume that 100% of people in here hate Maduro. So they took him, put him in prison, but they basically left the same regime in place. So what's the point now? Well, now we have a Donald Trump friend in Venezuela. And now that leader is probably cut a deal with Donald Trump and his family, if I know how he operates, and I do, which is I'm sure they promised him some financial payoff, to be honest with you. And so that's it. So how do I think about the rest of the world? Well, Iran, I feel the same way. The Iranian regime is terrible, and I do think the Ayatollah will probably be dead within 5 years, and when that happens, there will be regime change. So I don't think the question of regime change is if it happens, it's when. Is it going to happen soon, or is it going to happen in 5 years? What is the most controllable way to do it? There's no real good options in all this. But the thing that concerns me is, okay, if we're going to act in Iran, and guys, I'm pretty hawkish, and so, I wouldn't normally in the past be like, we can't do anything militarily ever. But I also say that with the understanding that if we do act somewhere, we need to have a follow-on play. We need to know what the end game is. It was the mistake we made in Afghanistan and Iraq, right? We're great at the war part. We weren't great at the follow-on part. And in Iran, we'll be great at bombing. Okay, cool, we can blow some stuff up, but it's a big country. The IRGC is big. Now what? What's the follow-on plan? Now, maybe we have contacts in the Iranian government that are planning to take over once this starts, and that would, So that's where my concern is I've seen Donald Trump act. He likes very big acts of war, but he doesn't like what it takes to fight a war, right? He wants to capture Maduro and look cool, but he doesn't want to deal with the after effects of that. And I will also say the most important issue in the world right now is very clearly Ukraine. The most important issue. There is, of all the hotspots in the world, if I could only pick one to not go wrong, it would be Ukraine, because it is that important. It is essential for the Ukrainian people who are in a trench. You and I are asked, after 250 years of American history, each generation has their own, challenge or thing they have to do. My grandpa was World War II. My generation was post 9/11. Many generations don't have a war, but they have some challenge, right? It's something. Our generation's challenge right now is like to not give up hope. That is the challenge. And so 250 years of American history, all leading to this moment in time, and you and I don't have a right to give up on this country. Because if my grandpa is going to stare down the Nazis, then you and I don't have a right to be uncomfortable because it's on the news too much, right? Our generation can't be the one this fails. And so I see in Ukraine, what we're being asked to do to defend democracy is to make friends with people that may have a different political view than us, like it's the worst thing in the world. Oh my God, you have a different view of what the top tax rate should be. How, whatever. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, you have a trench where you have one guy that played the piano, somebody else that's like a machinist, somebody else is a college professor, one other person maybe a stay-at-home dad, all fighting in a trench together because they recognize that democracy is not just about not giving up hope, it's about putting their physical life on the line. And so that is why the message in Ukraine and us defending Ukraine is the most important thing ever. If people are willing to die for their freedom, the United States can't abandon them. So yeah.
I think we're going to take maybe one, maybe two questions from the audience before we close out. I've got one over there. We start over there first.
We got the microphone people.
Yeah, I've got a mic coming over.
While they're doing that, let me just say to everybody, thank you for being a member of Principles First, and thank you for being out here. This is incredible, and it grows every year. And just thank you, because this is what gives me hope, and I hope it gives all of you hope that, like, we're going to get through this, we're going to survive and be all right.
I'm going to start with something that probably only Adam will get in this room, which is go Ironman.
Yeah, no way. Are you from Normal?
Yeah, I'm from Normal.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's our high school mascot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question for you is, what advice would you have for someone who is interested in statewide or even U.S. Congress, running for office?
Do it. I mean, here's the thing. I had a conversation earlier, actually, with Trevor and some friends. We had breakfast, and I remember, I was talking a little about politics, and I go, I feel jaded sometimes, and obviously when I speak out and I talk, it's kind of in a jaded way because of what we've been through. But I'm like, when I really look back on it, like, I actually fully believe in this thing that we have. And one of the things that surprised me the most when I went to Congress was there is no secret cabal of power. You know what I mean? Like, when Donald Trump got reelected, I know we all in here were like, somebody's going to come out and be like, guys, don't worry, we got this. Like, the secret power structure has it. But there isn't. I mean, it's literally run by people that are flawed. We just happen to be able to put together a system that's less flawed than other countries. And so it is essential that we have people that want to do it. And so what my best advice is this, is chase in your life whatever it is you love outside of politics. Because the one thing I don't like, I don't not like it, but I know it hurts people, is they spend their whole life obsessing about running for an office, and then they don't get the opportunity, and they feel like they missed out. So chase whatever that is, and then look for that opportunity when it comes along, and most importantly, don't be afraid to lose. There are a lot of people that don't run because they're afraid of losing. I never lost an election, by the way, so I can't really tell you what that's like. But I'm just saying, never. But yeah, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to lose, and if you lose, don't be afraid to do it again. And don't be embarrassed. When I decided to run for Congress, it took me 6 months to tell people I was running for Congress and not giggle, because I had imposter syndrome. I still have imposter syndrome. And so that would be my advice. And do it. Just do it, because we need you, especially if you're an Ironman.
That's great. So to close out, we've talked a lot about ordinary patriotic people today, right? And that was intentional, because that's who we are in this room here, right? We're ordinary patriotic people doing something truly extraordinary. So, I'm the mother of 3 sons, including one who's training to be a pilot. So he's pretty bummed that he's not here to meet you.
It's the best gig, though, honestly, flying planes.
Yeah. So you're the father of a young boy. And this is a moment in which it's hard to know as a parent of sons how to raise them in an environment in which the leadership they see is coarse and cruel. And we want them to be strong and good, right? And we want them to be kind while those two things are not in opposition. So what are you doing to teach him about how to make a difference and how to be the type of man that you want him to be?
God, these are the questions that cut deep, right? And if you're a parent or a dad, and here especially, you understand that. I think one of the things that's tough for me is, like, we have defined masculinity in this country. We've let the wrong people define it. And it's been It's been defined as like, are you loud? Are you an alpha? You know, are you going to take what you want from women? Are you, that? And unfortunately, it's kind of all of our faults in here because for 10 years, everything masculine was called toxic. And so then the whole masculinity space was abandoned. And then the actual toxically masculine people were happy to take over and say, this is masculinity. And so as men in here, like, we have a responsibility to define masculinity for young men. And masculinity is punching, but it's punching up and not down, right? It is fighting, but it's fighting on behalf of or for people that can't fight for themselves, not fighting people because they're helpless, or it's not celebrating because you're deporting desperate people that are desperate for a better life. I mean, think about this, guys. Like, it's one thing to say we have to deport and we have to control our border, and I agree we have to have border control. It is another thing to put out a tweet from the most powerful man in the world celebrating the sheer cruelty of how you're doing it, because what? It makes you feel more powerful because some guy was so desperate to give his family a better life that they crossed a very dangerous border so he could make less than minimum wage, so he could barely squeak by and give his kids an opportunity, and you're celebrating because your billionaire ass is sitting around feeling tough and powerful, and you need somebody to make you feel that way? What kind of man is that? That is not a man. That is a little tiny baby child, and he is training a whole generation of little baby children. So what... So I wrote this children's book. It's called That's What Heroes Do. And the point of it is to say, look, heroes don't have to put on a military uniform. You don't have to be a fireman or a police officer. Those are all heroes. But a hero is your traits. A hero is somebody that is willing to help people, that is willing to think outside of themselves. And so the only thing I can do, my kid is 4 years old. Obviously, I can't sit down and have deep hearts to heart with him yet, but I'm trying to model and show him that heroism is kindness, masculinity is kindness, masculinity is fighting for something that's not yourself, and I hope it helps. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Adam.
I'm Andy Lahr, and I've been with Principles First for 2 years. I am honored to introduce today's distinguished panel. Major General Paul Friedrichs served on every continent for 37 years in uniform, including leadership roles in combat. After leading the global aeromedical evacuation system, he served as medical advisor to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He then served as senior director for global health and biodefense and inaugural director of the White House Office of Pandemic Preparedness and Response Policy. Dr. Manisha Jutani is an infectious diseases physician who became a professor at Yale's Schools of Medicine and Public Health. In 2021, she was appointed commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Public Health and serves as president of the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials. Our moderator, Rear Admiral Scott Deichmann, served for 30 years in the U.S. Public Health Service, leading the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's responses to chemical, radiological, and natural disasters. He also served in the White House as the Vice President's medical advisor for Homeland Security Affairs. So please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists.
Well, thank you all very much for the welcome. Thank you for being here. I have to tell you, we're experiencing a rare privilege in having Adam Kinzinger as our warm-up act. So, in our panel, we wanted to explore why public health is national security, and perhaps we might want to start by defining just what public health is. Manisha, would you care to start with that one?
Thanks for the question. Public health is about population health. It's about creating the healthy environment where we can all thrive and prosper. And public health actually saves your life every day. You just may not have known it. Because especially in your day-to-day life, in the things that you do every day, it's because of public health interventions and regulations that we all are able to thrive and be healthy. Whether it's drinking the water that's in the cooler outside that you take and assume is safe, it's because of the drinking water systems that are in our states, which we regulate at the health department in Connecticut, that we can be confident that that water is safe. When we eat food here at a conference like this, or you go to a restaurant and you think about the food regulations that are in place, which are quite intense for people who are serving food to people, that is public health at its work, keeping people safe. Whether we think about things like vaccinations, which again are ahead of the game, they're upstream from downstream health care. We all know what it's like to be sick, to go to a doctor, to get the interventions we need to make us better. When we think about nutritional guidance, when we think about physical activity, when we think about programs that our kids are in to keep them safe and healthy and mentally in a good place and maybe not lonely and have good guidance, those are all public health interventions. When we put on a seatbelt every day, one of the greatest public health interventions that keep you safe on the road every single day. That is public health doing prevention work ahead of time from when you actually need health care when you were sick.
Paul, what would you add to that?
Well, I think, especially in a group like this that's very concerned about national security, there's a very straightforward calculus. In order for our nation to be secure, we have to have a robust, healthy economy to pay for that. And you have to have a healthy workforce with healthy children and healthy parents in order to have a healthy economy. So there's a very straightforward calculus from ensuring the health of every American to ensuring our economic security that enables our national security. But I think more important than that, this has been a long-standing commitment that our country has made to the health of our fellow citizens, and in my case, to those who serve in uniform. If you go all the way back 250 years to George Washington, a fairly familiar name to many of us in this room, he was losing more members of the Continental Army to smallpox than he was to the British. And that became our very first national, across all 13 colonies, decision that we had to protect those in uniform from this preventable illness by inoculating them against smallpox. Fortunately, we wound up winning that little conflict as, in part, a result of having a healthy fighting force. That was a decision to do what was right for the nation, what was right for our communities, what was right for our families, so that we could actually win an existential threat. And that's part of what public health is as we look at this discussion today.
So, Paul, you really kind of bridged from Manisha's discussion of public health in our everyday civilian life and touched on some of the issues in the military. In fact, it's really interesting, the number of soldiers who died from disease far outnumbered the number who died from battlefield injuries in every war this nation fought until World War II. World War II, that started to change. It continues to change. Can you talk about what public health has done to make our military more effective?
Well, I think part of it is protecting those men and women who volunteer to serve their country. You take that oath to support and defend the Constitution, and then you go wherever the military sends you. And we have a whole series of preventive measures, like making sure people still exercise, some of the upstream things that Manisha was mentioning, so that they're healthy when they deploy into an austere environment. We have medical teams that deploy with them and are ready to take care of them should they become ill or injured. And then we protect them from naturally occurring biological threats. Vaccines are a great example of how we do that. But in this day and age, we also have to be very honest that the confluence of artificial intelligence, rapidly expanding computational power, and biotechnological innovations is making it much easier to develop new threats, biological weapons that we haven't thought about before. And so part of what the military also has to work on is how do we protect those men and women in uniform, not only from the long-standing legacy threats, but also from new and evolving threats. And so there needs to be a great deal of research in those areas. The decision to cut the NIH funding for biodefense and biopreparedness is tragically misguided. You can't defend the nation if you stop doing research on how to defend the nation. And these are the sorts of principles that I think we collectively need to continue to advocate for.
Manisha, anything you would add to that?
When we look at the big economic disruptors of our society and throughout the world, often infectious disease threats are at the core of that. If we look back to the 1918 flu pandemic in this country, it led to a time period that was the roaring 20s after that. And when we think about our hospitals being overrun, which people saw in COVID, with essential workers being out of the workforce, with our schools not being able to continue, with civic life being structured the way as we know it, when disease interrupts that, you cannot have a functioning society. And when you have all the things that all of us need in our everyday lives disrupted, that can lead to chaos. So in order for our democracy to continue to function and for government to function, you need a healthy populace. And when you have a pathogen, which is the most obvious way, but there can be other disruptors, whether it's weather or toxins or other things, you need public health at the forefront. And it is essential to have that concept in the mind and recognize that that is a foundational principle to a functioning society.
Absolutely. You know, both of you have touched on the subject of immunization, and vaccines are really one of the most effective advances in our healthcare technology. CDC ran some estimates. Childhood vaccination, just from the years 1994 to 2023, probably prevented over 1 million childhood deaths, saved over $540 billion in direct medical costs, and probably saved $2.7 trillion in cost to society from lost productivity, long-term health consequences. And you might argue, okay, that's CDC. They've got kind of a vested interest in making vaccines look good. But there was also a study recently published by a group of economists in London who looked at the question of the COVID-19 vaccine and how it reduced societal costs. And they estimated that a population-wide COVID vaccination program averted lost productivity costs that were between 7 and 10 times what the healthcare costs were. And recognizing that COVID vaccine, while it doesn't necessarily prevent you from getting sick, does a great job of keeping you out of the hospital, we're talking about major cost avoidance here. And yet, despite this kind of evidence, we have large segments of the population now who are anti-vax, don't believe it, think these things are bad for them and their children. Why aren't we communicating more effectively what we know, and what can we do to try to turn that around? Manisha, would you start?
This is my job every day, actually, right now. And it's because so much of public health messaging is at the states right now. We are getting a lot of confusing guidance from the federal government. And yet people can see things with their own eyes. They know that measles was eliminated in this country, meaning there was no sustained transmission. There were cases that happened, but in the year 2000, measles was eliminated. And people can see with their own eyes that in the year 2025, we had over 2,200 cases of measles, and we are already almost at 1,000 cases in 2026. People can see that there is a challenge in front of us, but many young people who are in their reproductive years are very confused by the messaging that they're hearing. When we use the label anti-vax, one of the things I challenge people in my own department to do is to understand that that is not a monolithic word. It is not one definition. We just heard a conversation about patriotism, and what does it mean to be a patriot? To be anti-vax is actually a spectrum. There are people that are just trying to figure out, do I really need that vaccine? And then there are people who are quite on the other end, where every vaccine is something that they have decided to write off. And what we really need to do in the public health community is understand that for many people, they haven't seen diseases for a long period of time. And many of the people who are in their reproductive years were immunized against all these diseases, but now they're trying to do best and right for their children. At the end of the day, people are really trying to approach this from a place of doing what's best for their kids, but they don't know what's best. And it is our job to listen first, try to understand where the confusion is coming from, and at least do our best to try to communicate and meet people where they're at so they have the information they need to make the best decision. And at the end of the day, we do rely on people's personal doctors, because although many people have lost faith in their individual doctors, that's still the person they trust most. I may have been somebody's individual doctor formally before I became a commissioner, but now people may hear what I have to say. They're going to listen to the person who's in front of them. And that's part of our job, is to be able to help connect with those people to make that message most approachable to the people they're counseling.
And that's a great point. And I think for those of you who like to read, I commend John Barry's book, The Great Influenza, to you, because it was written about the 1918 influenza pandemic, so right at the end of World War I. First great marketing campaign, started in the United States, spread around the world, so we called it the Spanish flu. Outstanding marketing job. Tragic event, and but that was good marketing. But the point that John makes in his book in the last 2 chapters is the deep anger and frustration and confusion that the public felt around the world at this event that killed millions, that shattered families beyond even the effect of World War I, and that there was a nearly 10-year period of deep distrust and anger towards government officials and healthcare officials because they felt that they had been let down. And we're seeing something similar right now. And the reality is, in this country, we lost 1.2 million people. We lost trillions of dollars of economic growth. And we lost roughly 2 years of schooling for some of our children. Those are real losses that we should acknowledge and we should understand, and then we should ask, how do we do it better next time? The part to me that's most troubling is whether it's a naturally occurring disease or it's a man-made disease, they don't discriminate based on political party or on what country you're from. They are completely oblivious to that. And they're going to come after whoever they can with that next outbreak, whatever that next disease is. We have to be prepared to provide objective recommendations and to help people understand that at the end of the day, this is about what's best for all of us. And I often go back to what's on the $1 bill, e pluribus unum. Out of many, we are one. This is our shared commitment to one another that we have. And when people ask me about vaccination, I absolutely agree. Vaccination's like a bulletproof vest. It won't prevent you from getting shot. And if you're shot, you may have a hell of a bruise, but it will prevent you from getting killed. And we always wear our bulletproof vests in combat. I mean, I've been there. I've taken care of combat casualties. They work. Part of that also is to protect ourselves and our unit to make sure that we can continue to function. This is our shared compact with one another to protect our own health and the health of those around us.
So I want to take this a little further, and it's your fault because you brought up John Barry's book. I'm old enough that I was a kid before the MMR, measles, mumps, rubella vaccine was available. So I had measles and mumps. I thankfully grew up in the era when a polio vaccine was available, so none of my peers had polio. But as a physician, I took care of patients with what we call post-polio syndrome, where they get, as adults, they start to develop new neurological complications from that old polio case. So for me, those first personal experiences are very, very powerful reminders of why vaccination is important. If I wasn't around during the era of the Great Flu, but John Barry's book was a very powerful reminder of why we in public health had to be ready for the next pandemic, including supporting the development of platforms for rapid development of vaccines. And yet we have a whole cadre of people who lived through COVID, who lost family members who might have survived had they been willing to accept the vaccine, and still, to this day, denounce that vaccine and other vaccines. So given what the two of you have already said about trying to convince that spectrum, as you described it, why aren't the stories more effective? And what can we do to substitute for that or improve on that?
We're in a challenging communications environment now. They're speaking the truth and the obvious to everybody. People have their own research. I'm told that every day by many people, that they've done their own research. And maybe my many decades of education do not match that, but that is the challenge that we have. So that is one challenge. The second is that we are in a situation where public health has become politicized. That is something newer. I will tell you, as somebody who works with health officials across all states, we're very fortunate that so far at the level of health commissioners, almost every single state, but for one or two maybe, we are all still abiding by public health principles and the things that actually work, that we know, that science has shown us. And you know what? Thank God for that. Thank God for the states. Thank God for the fact that you each have health commissioners in your states that are doing that work, and you have health departments that are doing that work on your behalf. They may not be able to come out and say it in the same way as maybe I can, because in my state, I have a governor who is supporting it publicly, but in many states, it's happening quietly. But thank God for that, because it's still happening. What the challenge we have now, though, is we have to overcome all of that and still find a way to communicate to people that what is good for all of us is good for you too, that we live in a society very entrusted with the principle of our individual rights, of our individual capabilities, of our individual authorities, and yet it's on our dollar bill. It's what makes us one. Population health, the things that take care of all of us matter. And more people in our country actually do believe that. And I think people still do believe that. But public health is its own worst enemy in some ways, because our job, when done well, goes so far into the back of your mind that you just eat and drink and go about your business and think you're going to be healthy, and all you have to worry about is maybe the chronic diseases, because those infectious diseases have been taken care of, because they don't happen anymore, because we don't have malaria in most of the United States. It's coming back a little bit, but not really. But why not? Because we have mosquito control. We don't have yellow fever because we understood how to do that, because we take sanitation and sewage control for granted. We don't have cholera because those things are part and parcel of a developed society. But we take those things for granted. And when those things are taken for granted, we forget. And when you forget, it makes people forget the importance of these things.
So, fun fact on that, why is the CDC located in Atlanta? It's because before the Second World War, we had yellow fever and malaria in the American Southeast. And during the war, it became so important to be able to do military training year-round, meaning the southern bases, that they instituted a malaria wartime control program to eradicate those two mosquito-borne diseases from the Southeast. And after the war, that program evolved into what became the CDC. Paul?
Well, and I'm going to piggyback on that and actually take this in a slightly different direction. So if you go back to World War II, you mentioned infectious diseases. Douglas MacArthur, who was the commander in the Pacific, said for every division that he had in combat, he had one division in the hospital recovering from an illness and one division in rehabilitation after leaving the hospital. So it was a 2-to-1 hit due to infectious diseases that we no longer face because of all the advances that we've just been talking about here. But we should also be honest that this is not a shared success. If you look across the United States today, we're short 50,000 doctors. And the projection that just came out in December from the Bureau of Labor Statistics is that in 10 years, we will be short 146,000 doctors. So what does that have to do with all of that? It means that today, half of Americans don't have a primary care provider. No one. If they need a vaccination or they need someone to talk to about what's right for their grandmother, they don't have anyone to talk to. It means that if you go around our country today in rural areas, the highest level of medical care available, if you're lucky, is the pharmacist at the local CVS or Walmart. That is where we are today. And that's where we have tremendous opportunities as we look forward to envision a better system. We talked about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, no one's really happy if their loved one's in the hospital. There's not a lot of liberty involved if you're stuck at the bedside caring for someone who had polio because they weren't vaccinated. What we should be talking about when we talk about public health is how do we build a system that actually ensures people have a healthy and productive life because we prevent the preventable. We enable the health that allows them to enjoy that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's the discussion we need to be having.
So I didn't plan this, but Paul has really bridged to one of the big questions I wanted to explore in this panel, and that is, what's happened to public health and to medical science in the past year and a half is really a disaster. And yet, as someone who specialized in what we call disaster medicine, health and public health after disaster, we know that the response to a disaster is not to build back as it was, but it's to build back better. And so I'd like to hear from first Manisha and then Paul on when we recover from this, when we get past this current environment, what can we build better?
So first, in response to what Paul said, our healthcare delivery system is not healthy at all. And one of our biggest challenges in this country is that healthcare and health insurance was built independently in a silo, separate from public health. In very highly functioning healthcare delivery systems and societies, they are working hand in hand and built hand in hand. And if you don't have your health, nothing else in your life can be functional or matter. Health as a human right is something I believe is the basis of our society, and certainly in our department in Connecticut. So if you take that as the underlay, if we think about, which I try to do every day, how can we seize this as an opportunity as opposed to just destruction that we're witnessing before our eyes? We have sued multiple times and gotten money back, $150 million that was doged out that we've been able to put back to work in our state, along with all the other Democratic states that sued. But guess what? Our red state colleagues couldn't do that and lost that money immediately. That money was lost immediately last year. Now we see a lot of these fights happening behind the scenes. $5 billion was cut about a month ago on a weekend, on Saturday. At 11 a.m., I got a call. By the end of the day that day, we had it reversed, and it was in our inboxes on paper by the next day. That doesn't make the news because we're doing this work with red state colleagues behind the scenes, but we're using the opportunity every day. And I think in some ways, if this can be the basics of an underpinning of understanding that healthcare and public health have to be built back together, giving every American citizen a right to health that is not going to make them broke or not have a way to get insured, that can be a foundation for having a healthy family. And I also think that we spend a lot of time thinking about how we're communicating with people, doing focus groups, doing social listening, trying to understand what is really bothering people. How can we help them come along in this compact that will make us a better state, a better country, and get back to our basic American principles that have fueled this country for centuries. But we have to have that forward-thinking, optimistic attitude because there's a lot to be downtrodden with. But the way I look at it is I can't control everything that's happening out there, but I can control the things that are in my control. And every single one of us can do that. Every single one of us has that agency to control the things that are in our control. And that's what I'm trying to do in the job that I've been entrusted with right now, hoping to build back a better future, both for healthcare and for public health in our country going forward.
So, well said. And it sounds like you're channeling a fellow that some of you may have heard of named Ronald Reagan. So he was asked a very similar question a few years ago. And his comments were, there are three things that this country needs to do. The first is we need to have an effective healthcare system. We don't. We no longer have a healthcare system that's effective for the majority of Americans. And as we talk about how to regain trust, we have to acknowledge that reality and then talk about how to build a healthcare system that's effective for all Americans. The second thing he said is, and individual Americans have to take responsibility for their health. That means watching what you eat, that means exercising, that means all of the basic things that go along with taking care of yourself, as well as you take care of your car or take care of your house. That's the personal responsibility. And the third thing that Ronald Reagan said, which I love, was, and our country has to continue to lead the world in research and discovering new cures. Now, I don't know about you all, but I've not seen any historical precedent where cutting research funding is going to help us lead. I just don't see that working very well. I don't see any world in which we say that taking people's health care away is going to make them healthier. That hasn't worked anywhere. Where we have been successful as a nation is where we've worked together. Where we've worked together to build a healthcare system for everybody with a shared commitment at the personal level, at the state level, and at the federal level to improving health, and where we as a nation have continued to be the world leader in finding and discovering new cures. And you know why I know this works? Because it's what the military does. If you look at outcomes for cancer or for lung disease or anything else in people who have served in the military, it's blind to race, it's blind to gender, the same outcomes regardless of what color you are, what race you are, coming into the military. If you look at the VA data, it's the same. Where we choose to take care of people as people, we have great outcomes. And we should offer that to all Americans. You want to talk about a principle? Let's talk about that principle that says we're committed to each other, to the health of each other, because we know that if Americans are healthy and their kids are healthy and their parents are healthy, they can go to work and they can enjoy life. And if they are at work and the economy is booming, we can afford the national security enterprise that we need to protect our way of life. That's a great solution.
Absolutely. And far be it from me to put words in Ronald Reagan's mouth, but when he talked about research for the cure, I think he would also be including research for keeping people healthy in the first place. And if you look at our federal healthcare establishment, research for the cure tends to be mostly at the NIH, research for preventing disease tends to be mostly at the CDC. We need them both, and we need their collaboration. We've got just a few minutes left, and I want to shift our focus a little bit larger from all the domestic conversation we've had, talk a little bit about how our international collaboration helps our national health security. And I'm going to turn to Paul first because he just published something related to our relationship with the World Health Organization.
Yeah, so thanks for that question. And for those of you who have been tracking this issue, the World Health Organization can most charitably be described as an imperfect organization. It has flaws. So does our Congress, so do many other organizations. But what it offers us is a global sharing of data about diseases so that we can identify outbreaks and ideally contain them and treat people who are affected by them before those outbreaks reach the United States. We've withdrawn from the World Health Organization because we said that they did not initiate reforms. We've yet to tell them what reforms we want them to initiate, but whatever they are, they apparently haven't met them. The problem with that approach is we've now said we are going to spend 3 times more money to build a new system to replicate what we used to have, and somehow that makes sense. The part to me that's most concerning about that, because I've been in combat, is every war that we fought, whether it was against a disease or against someone who attacked our country, we fought with allies around the world. We, for 80 years, have talked about our shared commitment to the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and we've partnered with people all over the world. Pulling back from those partnerships is damaging at every level, and we've got to continue to partner in order to have those colleagues ready when we need them and when they need us, but also to protect the health of the American public.
Manisha, you get the last word.
We all are building new collaboratives in this era of fractured federal guidance at state levels. We have the Northeast Public Health Collaborative, there's the West Coast Alliance, there's the Governor's Public Health Alliance. Each of these are trying to find ways to fill the gap that our membership in the WHO has had. People have joined GORN, which is a global response network, to get some of these data. It's not the same. But again, we're using that principle that we are not victims in this moment. We all have agency. We all have things we can do. And I want people to have confidence that there are people in government, maybe not all in the same government that we were thinking of, but there are people in government who are trying to do their best so that we can try to have that vision into things and keep our community safe going forward.
Thank you both. Please give it up for my panelists, Dr. Manisha Juthani and Dr. Paul Friedrichs. I'm Scott Deichmann.
Our next panel is Free Speech, Free Country. This panel brings together journalists, legal analysts, and public voices whose work engages directly with questions of free expression, accountability, and democratic norms in contemporary America. Justin Vale is a writer and analyst. He's also the moderator, whose work focuses on constitutional liberties, political culture, and tensions between free expression and modern governance. He has written extensively on civil liberties and the responsibilities that accompany open discourse. Anna Bauer is a journalist covering courts, legal accountability, and democratic institutions. Her reporting is focused on the justice system, rule of law, and the intersection of law, politics, and public trust. Nate Gowdy is a Seattle-based documentary photographer and independent publisher whose work examines American democracy under strain. He is the author of Insurrection. It's the sole book of photojournalism that chronicles the January 6 attacks on the U.S. Capitol from inside the event actually, and the book will be available for sale today at his booth. Jennifer Huddleston is a technology policy expert whose work examines the intersection of emerging technology, law, and the administrative state. She has held senior research roles focused on innovation, policy, and has published widely on topics including online speech, content moderation, antitrust, and data privacy. Together, the panelists bring complementary perspectives on the role of free speech in sustaining a free society and the institutional frameworks that protect it.
All right. I don't know about any of you or the crowd here today, but I am still flying high from this morning's U.S. men's hockey gold medal victory over Canada, following the women's gold medal, and Alyssa Liu's contagious joyful skating, and Michaela Schifrin's winning the gold on the alpine skiing. And so, you know, our Olympians have given us a lot to be proud about as Americans. But there's really few things that make me more proud to be an American than our First Amendment. 250 years ago, the founders gave us a unique and remarkable gift of the First Amendment that is the cornerstone of our democracy. It allows us to be informed, to argue, to dissent, to organize, to fairly compete in elections. Unfortunately, this cherished right is under attack. President Trump has consistently sought to use the vast powers of the government to chill his critics, whether that be using regulatory retaliation, criminal penalties, access to funding, and more. The president has sought to suppress protest across the country, has targeted civil society, nonprofit organizations, sometimes on the pretext of countering domestic terrorism, has sought to target institutions like universities, law firms, and media companies. These tactics, this is the authoritarian playbook that we've seen happen in other countries when would-be autocrats in Russia, Venezuela, Philippines, Turkey, others, have sought to chill dissent to cement their own grip on power. Now, at the same time, we are dealing with a rapidly evolving technological landscape that is shaping how we consume information, how we share information. And, you know, 250 years ago, the founders may not have envisioned TikTok and AI. As we navigate this future, we need to think about how to preserve a robust First Amendment while reckoning with the potential harms of this modern age. So let's talk about it. Jennifer, I'm going to start with you. You've been tracking closely some of the evolving threats to the First Amendment. If you can help us understand the landscape we're dealing with, and what are some of the government actions that are most alarming to you?
Absolutely, and thank you for having me on the panel, and thank you all for coming out on this rainy Sunday afternoon, especially after that excitement at the Olympics this morning. I have a feeling quite a few people were up very early. And part of how I found out about that was logging onto various social media platforms. Even before I could turn on the news, I had alerts from friends sharing the gold medal victory. And that's one of the ways that technology has really enabled free expression, is that now we're hearing news from all around the world in minutes instead of hours, instead of the days it would have taken before. And that's really exciting when it comes to the opportunities for free expression. But we've also seen, not only in the US, but around the world, there have been a lot of criticisms of free expression from both the left and the right. And here in the US, while the First Amendment has remained very strong and very cherished, we have seen new attacks on by government actions that could really harm our free speech rights. Some of them include things along the lines of jawboning or censorship by proxy, where when government authorities know they can't directly engage in censorship in violation of the First Amendment, they instead go to platforms or TV stations or comedy shows and say, hey, nice platform you've got there. Would be a shame if anything were to happen to it. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. And then you see an action occur after that. This can be very difficult to push back against because oftentimes it's not happening in sunlight. It's happening behind the scenes. But we have seen when it does happen in sunlight that the American people and that many policymakers have pushed back against this sort of censorship by proxy. There are also many concerns around the rise of self-censorship or what may be happening to political dissidents out of concerns about online privacy particularly when you see information around DHS having administrative subpoena requests for the data on those who are engaged in anti-ICE protests, as well as concerns around perhaps how the government may be pressuring online platforms to leave up or take down certain content. But it's important to remember when we're talking about the First Amendment and online speech, that we're talking about the right of private platforms to make their own decision about what type of content they leave. As I mentioned, I find that online speech has been incredibly beneficial to many of us. It allows groups like Principles First to share their message, to have ideas, to have conversations in ways that would have been very difficult in an analog era. But as a result, we have to be careful that we don't see an erosion of the First Amendment in ways that could allow the government, not private decision makers, to be the ones that determine what information we're allowed to share online.
Thanks so much. And I'm going to turn to you. One other alarming trend we're seeing is a rise of the current administration using vindictive prosecutions to target its perceived critics as a result of their free speech and political activity. I know you've been tracking this and have had some interesting experiences covering the attempted prosecutions. Can you share a little bit about how this is playing out and why it is so dangerous?
Yeah, so we've seen a number of politically targeted prosecutions against the president's perceived enemies. I think the most high-profile examples include the prosecutions of James Comey and Letitia James. Most recently, there's also been other efforts to try to bring prosecutions against 6 sitting members of Congress for a video in which they accurately reminded members of the military of their duty to refuse unlawful orders. There's a number of other examples as well that I could give, but in terms of how this is playing out, you know, if you judge the metric of success of a vindictive prosecution by the ability to convict and jail your perceived adversary for their speech or for their political activity, things aren't going very well for the administration, if that is your metric of success. In the example of the 6 sitting members of Congress, for example, a grand jury refused to indict. In the example of the Letitia James and James Comey cases, a judge found that the prosecutor who brought that case was unlawfully appointed. After that, those cases were dismissed. Prosecutors again tried to bring, at least in the example of Letitia James, again tried to bring the case a second and then a third time, and both of those efforts failed. The grand jury refused to re-indict. So in terms of those cases, which are some of the more high-profile examples, the administration has, by that metric, not exactly been successful. But to your question about why it's so dangerous, I think that the issue is that it's really not the prospect of conviction that makes it so dangerous. It's the fact of bringing these cases at all because of the effect that it has on chilling speech. Because you have people who look at these cases brought against Letitia James, against people like James Comey, these high-profile defendants with lots of resources, and you sit there and you think to yourself, you know, being prosecuted costs a lot of money. There is reputational harms whether or not you are convicted. There's the indignity of being arrested, the privacy aspects of having your electronic devices and the most private aspects of your life searched. Things like that that are real harms that no one wants to experience. And so you have people watching this happen to people like Tish James and James Comey, and they say to themselves, you know, maybe I shouldn't write that op-ed that I was gonna write. Maybe I shouldn't go to that protest. Maybe I shouldn't run for political office because I'm putting myself and my family at risk of retaliation and targeting, and I'm not someone who has the resources that, James Comey or Letitia James has. And so I think that's like the real danger here, and the real point is that even if you look at these cases and say, oh, the administration has failed to jail these people, really the harm is just the fact of bringing the prosecution itself.
Yeah, it reminds me of a term that you see some of the democracy scholars using of anticipatory obedience, that the would-be autocrat really wants people to obey in advance, and that's what a lot of this quashing of dissent and retaliatory prosecutions is about. Nate, I want to turn to you. So you have had a wealth of experience as a photojournalist, exercising your own First Amendment rights, to document others exercising their First Amendment right to peaceful protest on the ground. So I know you've been recently in LA, Minnesota, other locations. Tell us, what does exercising the First Amendment look like on the ground right now in real time?
Well, thanks, Justin. First of all, I'm real pleased to be here, if not a little nervous in front of the camera. But let's go. I'm here to bring the field perspective, into the broader legal and policy conversation. And I'm especially interested in how the experience of free speech changes when people feel watched, pressured, or when official narratives start to diverge from what's happening on the ground, which is what I see. The law can say you're free to speak or document, but the environment determines whether you will, which is what you were speaking to, Anna. And the First Amendment exists, state law exists, injunctions exist, but enforcement depends on the culture of power in the moment. And so as far as, what do First Amendment rights look like on the ground? Well, to me, they look conditional. After everything I've seen, some people can be loud with little consequence, and others measure every word. It depends on who feels safe, who expects retaliation, who believes they're being watched, and who trusts the record will reflect what actually happened. The First Amendment is a promise. But on the ground, it's experienced as a set of risks. And so on paper, I have the right to photograph. On the ground, the question isn't whether the First Amendment exists, it's whether I can exercise it without interference. Risks such as, risk about visibility, risks about enforcement, risks about how the story will be told afterward. My work is to document these conditions, not just the loud, in-your-face spectacle like the deadly mob attack on the U.S. Capitol 5 years ago, but the quieter pressures that shape what people dare to say and do and document. In real time, people aren't asking whether they're allowed to speak or document. We have the First Amendment. They're asking what happens to them if they do. And
so I want to stick with that. Thank you. Yes. So thank you for what you're doing. My organization, Protect Democracy, has had the privilege of representing some protesters in Chicago and suing ICE and federal officials for excessive use of force in violation of their First Amendment rights. And so we know that the images and videos captured by photojournalists and bystanders have been essential to refuting lies, educating the public, holding government accountable. Can you tell us a little bit more about the power of digital evidence in shaping public perception?
Sure. Here, one moment. Control of the record is a form of power, and documenting the physical event is one thing. The other is, but the official language afterward tries to make things I photograph seem like something else. And for example, when I was covering protests in LA this past summer, me and my colleagues were illegally arrested. The paperwork afterwards I'm paraphrasing, but the certificate of release says detainment or arrest plus release equals detainment. And so, there's a lot of power in them shaping the official record because other media outlets uncritically repeated that. They uncritically repeated that me and my colleagues were pretending to be journalists. And that was reported, and then USA Today corrected it. But, it's such that that kind of framing travels fast. It gets repeated, and it becomes what many people believe happened. In the digital age, the First Amendment isn't only about who can speak. It's what version of events becomes durable and lasting. Because we were in LA when we were arrested, we were zip tied, we were processed. We repeatedly told them the law. We told the law officers the law. They told us, we don't care. And we told them again, you should care. And it just kept, and they still did, and said, we don't care, line up with everyone else against the wall. And they put us, they made our evening a headache. And so ultimately these guys either don't know the law or they're willfully disregarding it. There was a court order, there was a restraining order against them toward the press. There was an internal memo from the chief saying, the thing they cited me for was specifically the thing in that it spelled out that they should not have detained me. And it was the reason and so it's just, and then I want to speak to Minneapolis. Minneapolis, I photograph spectacle, but it just shapes everything people do. I went to underground pantries. I went to churches collecting food. I met students who brought food kits to other students to take home to their families because they're too afraid to leave their home. Every other car on the street with tinted windows was suspicious. It could be the armored federal agents, and it was just a state of paranoia. And I guess it's not paranoia because the threat's very real. And so it was just, I'm still processing it and I'm still writing about it. I just think it's, once an image circulates, people project onto it what they already believe or want to say, especially when on the internet, where the context often disappears once my images are disseminated, and the commentary fills the gaps. So even when I'm trying to document conditions faithfully, my images become part of a large fight over meaning. And anyway, I could go on and on. Thank you.
I really appreciate that. Jennifer, so judging from the reactions from the crowd today, we have a lot of First Amendment supporters. But at the same time, I also suspect that many are seeing the potential harms from social media and other new technologies, including potential threats to mental health, online harassment, increasing polarization, and the proliferation of artificial images. And they may want to see some regulation of this new technology. I know you've been have a lot of thoughts on this subject, and I'm wondering if you would share your perspective on how we need to maintain a robust freedom of expression while addressing the rise of these new technologies.
Thank you. And I want to go back to something you said in the opening statement where we were reflecting on 250 years of the Declaration of Independence coming up. And one of the things or criticisms I often hear is, well, the founders never would have understood the iPhone. The founders never would have understood TikTok. They never would have understood Facebook. So, how are we to trust this document that's 250 years old? How are we to say that the First Amendment should still hold strong in face of these technologies? And I think that it's important that we remember it wasn't just luck or something that got us to this point, that got us to the First Amendment that we have today. While the founders might not have understood the iPhone or TikTok or Facebook or any other social media platform, they did understand the importance of anonymous speech. They did understand the importance of journalists being able to tell stories without the government dictating what narrative had to be attached to them. They very much understood the risk of the government being the only arbiter of truth when it came to information out there. Now, I'm not here to tell you that you should love this platform or hate that platform or what your own social media use should look like. But what I do think is in the face of growing challenges from both the left and the right, it's important that we, pun not intended, hold true to those principles first, that we look back on why is free expression so important and what is the risk if we start to give that up. The risk isn't just that the platform that you do or don't like becomes the one that is the only one available. That certainly is a risk, though, in the face of government regulation, is that the government, whether it's a government you agree with or a government you disagree with, gets to be the one to dictate what is and isn't allowed to be said, whether it's online or offline. And what we have seen time and time again is that the internet has been a place for people who might not have otherwise had a voice, whether it's young people or people in marginalized communities who might not have been able to be served by the papers of record in their town, whether it's the journalists on the streets in a place like Minnesota or even in a place like Ukraine that are able to share real images of what's going on so that individuals can know what's happening and can make decisions outside of just the narrative that they may be hearing from the government itself. And that's very important to encouraging political discourse. And I think in times of heightened polarization, it's easy, and when we see bad things happen, it's easy for us to want to say, well, we have to fix that. But fixing it could actually lead to bigger problems down the road by having the government be the ones that can dictate what can and cannot be said. And we've seen that because we've allowed the online speech market to evolve, that we have seen responses, whether it's differences in content moderation or whether it's new platforms springing up to provide new voices opportunities when they feel they might not have been served by existing platforms. And that allows all of us to have a greater opportunity for discourse than the founders probably could have ever imagined, but that I do think they would be very excited about, particularly given how many of them started out as pamphleteers.
All right. And I want to, before we get to audience Q&A, I have one more question for you. We have not seen enough energy out of Congress these days, but we have seen some positive movement in members of Congress calling for reforms to better protect our First Amendment rights, including some senators and representatives introducing the No Political Enemies Act, which would help protect against political targeting. We've seen Senator Cruz call for policies to stop the FCC from targeting media companies. I'm curious on your thoughts about what reforms might be needed and if there's any chance for any bipartisan support for these types of reforms.
Yeah, so you know, you would hope that there is bipartisan support for protections for the First Amendment, and specifically to bring it back to the conversation that we were just having about selective or vindictive prosecutions, reforms that could help guard against political targeting to that end. However, as you alluded to, I'm not holding my breath. This Congress has not exactly been willing to reel in some of the excesses of this administration. That said, for example, the No Political Enemies Act, there are some things in that legislation that might be areas of reform that you'd want to see if you're trying to do something in the area of guarding against vindictive prosecutions. Things like creating a narrow statutory, Bivens claim or a civil suit that a defendant could bring if an official uses the power of the government to target them for protected speech, creating an affirmative defense that a defendant in the context of a criminal prosecution can raise by showing, substantial evidence that they've been targeted for protected speech. However, I want to say that there are some areas that make it just generally challenging for a criminal defendant to raise that type of claim. We already have something that's kind of similar in the criminal legal system called a vindictive prosecution claim that you can bring. And one of the issues there that we're seeing more and more is that, you know, it's just really hard to get evidence to show that you have been vindictively prosecuted. So there's these problems of proof that defendants are going to face. And in people like, for example, James Comey, in that case, you know, he's got basically like 10 years of evidence of public statements by the President of the United States saying things to the effect of, I don't like what this guy is saying about me. I think that he should go to jail. So in his case, you know, he's not going to likely have an issue with proving some type of vindictiveness because there's all of these public statements. But you have a harder case with defendants where it seems like they are potentially being targeted for protected speech, but there's just not a lot of public evidence of that. And so in the first instance, there's going to be challenges there for those types of defendants. And what I've seen in reporting on a lot of cases in a variety of contexts in this administration is that even if you get to the discovery phase, they have been very effective at asserting various privileges like executive privilege, you know, attorney-client privilege, that kind of thing, to bar defendants or you know, plaintiffs from getting the type of discovery they might need to make a claim. And I will also add, too, that a lot of these things in the No Political Enemies Act, while, you know, laudatory in terms of trying to come up with some ways to solve these issues, are ultimately remedial and don't get to the thing we were just talking about a few minutes ago, where it's the bringing of the prosecution itself that does part of the harm and has that chilling effect on speech. And this doesn't quite solve that issue of like, how do you just get to a point where you don't have political prosecutions that are being brought in the first instance? And I think ultimately what that comes down to is thinking about broader institutional and constitutional reforms that may not be possible in the current political climate, but are worth thinking about in terms of, you know, is it possible to find a way to make it such that there's a degree of independence between the Justice Department and the political pressures of the White House? And then finally, ultimately, maybe what it just comes down to is that we, you know, this country should not elect people who will bring political prosecutions. So, yeah.
I think we can agree on that there, you know, there is still among the American public strong bipartisan support for protecting and preserving our freedom of expression, and you know, hopefully we can continue to demand more of our elected officials in the branches of government. I'd like to open it up to the audience if we have any questions.
My name is Julie, and I'm from Arizona, and I yesterday bought Nate Gowdy's book, The Insurrection, not because I want to see those pictures, but because I think I have a responsibility to look at those pictures. But I was thinking, what do you do to protect what you made from somebody doing something, changing it to show something different than what actually happened?
I need my mic. So I thank you for the question. You know, and that goes along with my talking point that, you know, after 10 years of doing this, when I started photographing right-wing extremism and the full spectrum of politics in 2015, I set out to humanize people, to bridge connection, to bring people together, to help us understand the other. You know, but here I could take a picture at a Trump rally of a father with his son, and his father's arm is around his son, and it's a picture of the stands and all the people. And when I show it to people, depending on their persuasion, some people see wholesome participation in democracy. Other people see toxic Americana, you know. And so I've learned it doesn't matter what I'm trying to show or say, people are going to see what they want to see. And so, for example, with my January 6th images, you know, I could do 2 exhibitions with the same images, and the words I put under them are gonna, you know, it depends on the usage of words. I could call them rioters in one framing, and I could call them freedom fighters in the other. And that's where we're at, just 2 totally separate information streams. And so I just, you know, I guess I don't have a, you know, getting back to the question, I guess, you know, my first thought was, well, I need an offsite. I need to protect my actual files because I'm here. I am coming out of Minnesota, checking my pre-check status because I met people who'd actually had it taken away and they hadn't been cited with a thing. They'd been targeted by the government, and anyway, and so I think kind of losing my way, but I think. What I do to distinguish, you know, I try to do my books, and I try to be very intentional with my words that I put with my images when I have the power to deliver them to an audience such as this. And so my route is bookmaking, where I get to dictate, you know, the context. But otherwise, you know, really good question.
Right. Hello, my name is Trent from Alabama. My question is about, do algorithms that pick which things to amplify fall under freedom of speech? People can say things, but amplifying isn't necessarily required.
I think we'll turn to Jennifer for this one.
Yeah, so this is a difficult question. Algorithms can be incredibly beneficial. And what we have seen, if you look at a set of cases that came down called the net choice cases, it seems likely that algorithms are covered by the First Amendment when they're used in the content moderation decisions. We haven't seen, you know, how far certain applications would extend. The court has not directly answered this question, but I think oftentimes we hear algorithms vilified without thinking of the positive examples that algorithms can have. So while there are certainly concerns about algorithms potentially leading individuals down dark paths based on patterns of behavior, there are also a lot of cases where algorithms are incredibly key to keeping spam and other lawful but awful content that your average user doesn't want in their feed out of their feed. Algorithms are critical to things like parental controls, and they're also critical to helping us discover new information, to helping us discover things like your photographs, or to helping us discover information from lawfare or any other thing based on our interactions and our information that we wouldn't have discovered just by clicking through on our own. So I think that it's important to recognize that algorithms can actually help expand expression as well and can be incredibly valuable there. And it goes back to the question of, well, what should the response be? In my opinion, we shouldn't seek to regulate algorithms by the government, but instead, if you don't feel that the type of algorithmic content that you're receiving from a particular platform is serving you, look for what alternatives are out there, or look for what features are available to you as a user that can help you create an ecosystem that would better serve you.
Great. I think we have time for one more from the audience.
Hey, Nate. It's loud. I heard perhaps because you wrote the book, you were asked to give witness testimony against some of the people who were participating in the January 6th insurrection. And I heard that since Trump pardoned them, you have even interacted with some of them face to face. What can you tell us that helps us understand who these people are, what brought them there, what their goals are, perhaps how we can build bridges with them in particular?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Skeet. What a question. Yeah, that day has shaped the last 5 years of my life. The book took writing and researching and editing, sequencing the images with timestamps to use each image as a plot point to introduce a different part of that day in order to make sense of readers. In doing that, I had to fill my head and watch every documentary I could get my hands on, and fill my head with every book or article I could to help me understand and flesh out my own experience. And a lot of these people, I've been to over 60 MAGA rallies. Actually, 1 year ago today, we were here, and we met the Proud Boys. We had a hunch they'd be at the bar downstairs, the most prominent, outspoken ones. Oath Keepers, too, and, Stuart Rhodes. And anyway, they were all hanging out, and I have, a couple of years ago, I testified against the founder of Cowboys for Trump. And I testified alongside Officer Daniel Hodges, who spoke here yesterday. He was the officer who was crushed in the tunnel. And we got acquainted, and it just, basically it was the first time someone had been determined to be an insurrectionist in Civil War times in a court of law. And then the book was used as evidence of insurrection in the Colorado ballot trial that went to the Supreme Court. And so I gave my photos to the FBI. I'm trying to catch these guys, but at the same time, we've gotten to know some. And when I meet people at Trump rallies or at the J6ers, a lot of these people I like. The fundamental difference is they believe a lie, and they've been fed a lie. But I trust them, and they obviously trust us and let us in. They know our political persuasions are different, our leanings. They know about my book, yet they still want us to listen to them. They want to be heard, and the one thing, is the more you listen to them, the more they think they're winning you over, and they like the attention, obviously, but it's I don't know, it's a surreal experience going to a steakhouse dinner celebration of a prominent J6er the night he gets out of the DC jail after, me and my partner went after her photos were used against him by the DOJ. And I really want to explore this, but I think a lot of these people were brought there that day. They were brought to Trump because they were radicalized through trauma, and that my partner's been on that beat for a long time, and we'd really like to explore that more. It just takes journalism's in a bad way right now, and we just need institutional support, and book is my way of kind of helping us break even and keep doing what we're doing to exercise our First Amendment rights.
Well, thanks for doing what you're doing. Before we exit the stage today, we have time for one more quick question. So I'm going to ask all of our panelists to share something that gives them hope about the future of the First Amendment in America. And I'll start with you.
Yeah, okay, so I have kind of mentioned this as we've been discussing the context of vindictive prosecutions, but grand juries give me a lot of hope. I remember when I was in law school thinking that the grand jury was not an effective bulwark against, misuse of prosecutorial power. There's a saying famously that a grand jury would indict a ham sandwich. But in fact, we're figuring out that there's a lot of ways in which grand juries will refuse to indict ham sandwiches or people who throw ham sandwiches. And so I think the grand juries and people who do their civic duty by performing jury service give me a lot of hope.
Wonderful. Nate?
The people of Minnesota gave me a lot of hope. Our first trip with a I have over 100 friends and colleagues, all photojournalists and documentarians were on the ground in the Twin Cities last month, and none of them have much to their name. Most of them are just hoping to break even. So that's the reportorial side of it. But the people, sorry, the second trip we spent time instead of tracking the feds, the agents terrorizing the city in this occupation. The second trip we spent talking to community members, and we spent the whole day at the country's largest Somali mall, 4 floors of shopkeepers, and these people told us they hadn't had a sale in 2 months, and yet they still, when we went to spend our money there and support them, they still wouldn't let us pay, and they are the best of us, and the helpers. the helpers, so many people, you know, in churches and neighborhoods, you got people in sub-zero temperatures standing there with a whistle, looking out, you know, and you know, and this general strike, first one in this country in 80 years, brought out 50 to 100,000 people. And it was 40 below after wind chill, or with wind chill. And the New York Times, 2 days later on their Sunday edition, put a block of ice on the Hudson as their lead photo on the paper. And they need to do better. But anyway, I'm going on and on, excuse me.
Jennifer?
Yeah, that's beautiful, and it's hard to follow. Mine is also the people, but it's the people in a different way. It's the people in that the First Amendment itself remains very strong, no matter what polling may say. What we've seen it time and time again is when we see those true tests, whether it's the FCC saying we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and you get both Senator Cruz as well as many on the left coming out and saying, this is too far, this is not what we do here in the US. Whether it's the reaction to the murder of Charlie Kirk, where again, we saw people across the political spectrum, regardless of whether they agreed with Charlie Kirk's positions or not, saying, this is not who we are, this is not what we do, we have to be better when it comes to the culture of free expression. And so while free expression is certainly under threat, both here in the US and around the world, the fact that we as an American people still stand up for the First Amendment and that the First Amendment still stands strong when it faces challenge gives me hope that it continues to be one of the most exceptional things about us 250 years into our country.
Well, I am struck that all three of these answers really came down to the people. Because ultimately, the survival of our democracy is going to depend on the courage of the American people. And so I am thankful to be with all of you here today, with our panelists, as we can all recommit to making sure that the First Amendment survives for another 250 years. Thank you to Principles First, and thank you to all for being here today.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Angela Smith, and for 2 years I was sitting as a participant in the audience. This is my first year volunteering at the summit. I serve as co-chair of the New Jersey State Chapter, and I'm a member of the state leadership team. Our final panel of this year's summit, Democracy Abroad, Security at Home, will explore how promoting democratic values overseas connects to security here at home, what that looks like in practice, the challenges involved, and most importantly, how these global issues affect everyday people. It is my honor to introduce our distinguished moderator and panelist. Ben Wittes is co-founder and editor-in-chief of Lawfare. That's not it. And a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, where he serves as research director in public law and co-director of the Harvard Law School Brookings Project on Law and Security. Uriel Epstein is the CEO of the Renew Democracy Initiative. As a student at Yale University, he founded and to this day continues to chair the Peace and Dialogue Leadership Initiative. It's an organization dedicated to bridging the civil-military divide and creating a space on college campuses for a nuanced discussion of the U.S. role in the Middle East. Our panel will be moderated by Holly Berkeley Fletcher, former CIA analyst and author. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Thanks, Angela. Oh gosh, thanks. You're the remnant. You're the remnant of you that are not afraid of snow. And for your loyalty to us, everybody here gets a car today. So,
Principals first. It's up to you.
yeah. But you have to stay for the whole session. And anyway, and we're sad to be missing a couple panelists, but Miles Taylor did make it, but in a little bit of a different form. We hope that he eventually finds a princess to kiss him, and then maybe he can join us at that point. Do we have any princesses in the audience? No? Okay, we'll have to go on. All right. So when I grew up in Africa, in Kenya as the child of missionaries, and then I worked on Africa at the CIA for almost 20 years. And as someone who loves American democracy and wants nothing more for Kenya and for countries in Africa to have democracy, there was no daylight in that when I was working in the CIA. America's top policy priority in Africa was to promote democracy, and so that made my role there, dually meaningful to me. That's been the U.S. longstanding foreign policy priority all around the world is promoting democracy. And unfortunately, that priority, even in Trump's first term, I saw it pretty clearly that wasn't his priority. And I think we've seen it very clearly in the episode with Venezuela recently, where it has been, lovers of democracy worldwide have long hoped to see the back of Maduro and his exit from the scene. And when that finally happens, it seems the U.S. is actually not that interested in promoting Venezuelan democracy, but is more interested in oil. So keeping all this in mind, I wonder if you guys could sort of spell out for us, what is the relationship between global democracy and global democratic health and our national security, and what is the impact of this faltering American leadership around the world?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks to Principals First for having me, and thanks to we plucky few, we band of brothers who've stuck with it to the end. So I think there are three big components of that question, maybe more. The first is that, you got to be a little bit blind not to see that the movement that we call MAGA domestically actually is a global movement, right? And there are democratic challenges that look pretty similar in a lot of different countries around the world right now, whether it's the AfD in Germany or the Finns party, right, or the Marine Le Pen movement in France, right? Every country you go to, there's something, reform in the UK, that has a similar set of underlying themes. And so, most of them don't have a Donald Trump figure, right? It's not quite so personal as it is here. It's not so personalist. But it is, it is an unsubtle global movement. And so for that reason alone, you would say, well, some of the issues that we're thinking about when we think about democracy protection at home are similar. These are all Eurosceptical movements. They're pro-Russian movements. There's certain themes that link them. And if you want to understand what's going on here, looking at what's going on elsewhere is one obvious component. The second reason, of course, is that the people who desire democratic erosion at home are also hostile to democratic movements abroad. You don't need to look further for a good example of that than the recent mishigas with respect to Greenland and NATO. But even, the good guy of the administration, Marco Rubio, when he went to Munich to talk to the Munich Security Conference, he did so in a avowedly, we're defending Western civilization against boneheads like you, right, who are interested in trivial things like mere democracy. And I'm parodying, of course, what he said, but only a little bit. And then finally, I'll just add a third thing, which is that, the Trumpist movement is avowedly imperialistic. And by the way, other authoritarian movements in the world right now, Putin in particular, are avowedly imperialistic. They want to they talk in a language that's really unheard of since World War II, which is the language of the acquisition of territory by force. And to one degree or another, they do things about it. And when you're doing that, again, there's this big link between the way the themes about which they're talking domestically and the things they're doing abroad. So I think those are the big things. There's 100 littler things, but I will turn it over to Uriel.
Thank you. There's an old expression folks might have heard, as America, so the world, right? And so if we go down, it's not going to look good for anyone else. And what's amazing to me is that historically, we used to be the country that was unique in that we did the right thing, even if it wasn't necessarily geopolitically the most beneficial thing for our interests. And, I think back to my mom. I joked about how much grain she might have been worth because she escaped the Soviet Union in 1979, which meant that she was almost certainly traded for grain courtesy of the Jackson-Vanik Amendment, which was offering the Soviet Union a certain amount of grain for every Jew they released. The funny thing is, I brought this up to my mom, made that joke, and my mom looked at me like I was crazy because she had never heard this story. So even when we do the right thing, we do not do a very good job of communicating it to the world. And of course, now our ability to communicate it to the world, courtesy of Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, things like that, has been completely demolished. Right? We no longer can communicate the American story in a way that would actually highlight to folks the positive good the U.S. does in the world. And the other note that I find to be useful to think about here is how China and Russia and other such countries, how they use their businesses to promote their geopolitical interests. Right? And, China with its debt trap diplomacy in Africa and so forth, that's a core element of what they do. Historically, we have done exactly the reverse, right? We have used our geopolitical power to promote private business interests in a kind of a very high-level, broad economic sense. And now it's exactly, backwards, where we are now using those individual businesses to promote kind of what Trump sees as hard geopolitical power, which I think is incredibly dangerous. And even now when we do something that could arguably be looked at as the right thing, such as taking out Maduro, I think reasonable people can disagree about whether it was the right thing to do. My opinion is that it was perfectly reasonable action to take, but it was done entirely the wrong way. When we do that and then we justify our action to say that, well, we're doing this explicitly for oil, then we become a caricature of what many anti-American people in the world think that we are. We become exactly that which Xi Jinping, with Vladimir Putin, and which other dictators argue we are. And when I hear people like Glenn Greenwald and others saying, oh, well, America is only doing X, Y, or Z for oil, for land, for whatever, historically, I'd be pretty comfortable saying that that's utter BS. And today, it's much more difficult to make that argument. And so that very action, the very idea of America being active on the world stage has become, to a certain extent, discredited by the statements and the approach of this administration. And so that's a key thing that I worry, because even when this is all over, when we get, you know, a different administration, different people in power, these statements will not be lost. It won't be lost on the international community, and it won't be lost on American citizens. And so anytime in the future that we try to involve ourselves, there's always going to be this thought in the back of people's minds: why is the U.S. doing it?
You mentioned the demise of VOA, and that goes into my next question, which is really that's part of the demise of our soft power writ large. Which, you know, not every region or country of the world is going to be of the, you know, high foreign policy priority that would merit military intervention or some of these other very costly interventions. But every country in the world used to benefit, or almost every country in the world used to benefit from some element of our soft power. And I saw that very clearly in Africa, and how that soft power also was used to promote democracy very directly around the world. So Ben, can you speak to that a little bit? And I know at Ukraine, where you just got back from Ukraine, that's been really evident there for sure as well.
Yeah, so I was going to actually give a Ukrainian example of Holly's point. I was sitting in a cafe in Kharkiv 2 weeks ago with a woman who I had never met before, but I have been following on Twitter since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. She's been just remarkably useful voice about the war in Kharkiv and what it looks like from the point of view of a city that is, you know, very near the front line, and sometimes the front line has run straight through the middle of it. And she turns out to speak, as she writes, in very beautiful English, and which is not obvious why she would, because she has not. It's not her profession. It's not. So I asked her, like, where does your English come from? And she fell off the arm of the chair. No.
Do you want me to take the frog?
Yeah, if you could take
I'll
Miles.
take the frog. We'll just put him down here.
And she said, you know, the answer is, I'm literally quoting her. She said, American soft power. I grew up watching American movies. And it is, you know, something that we take for granted, that the world has an intimacy with us, and that it is not, you know, it is just the natural order of things. And it's not. It's much more logical that she would be fluent in, well, in Russian, which is almost certainly her native language, but locally German, right? Like, why does somebody like that speak flawless English? And, you know, there are a series of things that we do that have promoted that. One is that we're economically omnipresent. That's actually a choice. You know, when you slap tariffs on everybody in the world, you become less economically omnipresent. And you can do that, as the Trump administration would say, the easy way or the hard way, but it all does lead in one direction. The second thing we do is we produce culture. And, you know, don't underestimate the value of that. And the third thing we do, which is almost invisible to Americans, but is not invisible elsewhere in the world, is we do all kinds of good stuff. And I want to particularly draw your attention to PEPFAR, which, there's something like 20, 30 million people mostly in sub-Saharan Africa who are alive today because of PEPFAR, which is a program that the Bush administration created to flood the African continent with antiretroviral drugs so that people wouldn't die of AIDS. And by doing that, they radically drove down the price of these drugs over a long period of time, which is why they're so inexpensive now all over the world. That again is a choice. And it's a choice that, if you live in certain parts of Africa, that is a more significant American event than, say, the invasion of Iraq, which we're all aware of, did a lot of damage to us internationally. The decision not to be the country that does those things is a very deliberate decision, and it's a decision that should be understood as when the Ben Wittises or Uriel Epsteins or Holly Berkeley Fletchers go to Kharkiv or to Nairobi or somewhere and sit in a cafe with somebody, maybe they don't speak good English 20 years from now.
I just want to elaborate on the PEPFAR example before throwing a question to Uriel, and that is not only did PEPFAR save those 25 million lives or abouts, but it also, Africa was looking at an economic and demographic calamity due to the AIDS crisis, because AIDS stood to wipe out a huge portion of the productive generation and the generation of parents of children. And so, there was, PEPFAR not only saved lives, but it promoted and protected economies, and it, shored up stability, political stability as well, and prevented poverty for all the children whose parents live. So there's so many follow-on effects from something that seems purely humanitarian that generally makes the world more secure, more prosperous, and we're part of that world, and that comes back to us as well. So I think that's a great example. Uriel, I know your organization works a lot with dissidents, and that's another group of people that U.S. soft power has really cultivated over the years through lots of USAID programs. But also, they now, I wonder if they have advice for us as we're facing our democracy. And I wonder if, maybe our resistors and dissidents can learn something from the types of folks that you're working with.
I think that's, one of the things that I most enjoy about my job is the dissident component, because, we have a network of about 100 dissidents from 40 oppressive countries, and the idea is that these folks are uniquely positioned to offer a positive message about the inspirational qualities of American democracy, something that I think has really been missing. And they can break through people's partisan echo chambers. They're uniquely positioned to do so, right? Because they're outside of our political system. They're not, it's hard to argue that our chairman, Garry Kasparov, is a communist, right? Having been born and raised in the Soviet Union, or that, some of our dissidents from Africa are privileged, when they talk about the importance of free speech. And so the angle that we try to take with our dissident program is to offer this kind of Tocquevillian outside-in perspective, which I think has really been missing, because I think so many Americans from both left and right have been born and raised in freedom. And like a fish in water, they don't realize how incredibly precious this thing is, how unique it is. And so anytime there's a problem, right, whether you're on the far left or the far right, you see a problem and you catastrophize it immediately, right? That is the end of the world. This is it. American democracy is awful. America is irredeemably evil, racist, you name it, right? And you hear almost the same exact arguments from both the far left and the far right, which I find to be fascinating. And I think that dissidents are the antidote to that, right? So it's not even necessarily tactical advice, although there's some of that too. It's, I think, high-level, narrative advice of like, here's how you talk about freedom. Here's how you talk about democracy. Here's how you talk about defending your rights, right? And here's how you talk about the imperfections of the country that you're in. You know, because Putin and Xi Jinping, they want to highlight every single flaw in American democracy. Anytime somebody says something about how awful America is from the US, I guarantee that that quote is getting translated into Russian, into Chinese, into Spanish, and into whatever language dictators can use to brainwash people and to justify their own oppression by saying that, well, they're no worse than us. That's the core argument, right? That they're neither better nor worse, that we're all the same. And when you listen to Russian propagandists, which I have the misfortune of doing every so often, that's what they're saying.
So
right?
do we. So here in America, we're increasingly listening to Russian propaganda too.
Actually, there's maybe too many Americans now who do too. I tend to do it in the original Russian, but the translation is no better. You know, Tucker Carlson actually is so blatant that there's an element, like Russian propagandists were actually instructed not to use some of Tucker's segments because they were perceived as being just over the top. Not believable. So that's Supermarket. Folks have seen the Supermarket segment that Tucker did. Yeah, that wasn't actually shown that widely in Russia. Because people are like, wait, he's fawning over bread. What? That can't be real. So
I do like bread.
Yeah, I don't think Russian supermarket bread is all that superior to ours.
Sorry, I got you off track. Sorry
but anyway, no, that's so that's kind of what RDI is trying to do. We want to try to offer Americans this outside-in perspective and sort of, you know, slap us a little bit in the face and wake up and say, look, however bad things are, trust us, it's worse elsewhere, and it's our responsibility not to give in to temptation and say, oh, you know, it's over. And so I actually, look, I will say, I actually criticize a number of folks in our camp who, you know, who essentially say, oh, well, we are now the same as Russia. No, we're not. Even today, we're not, right? Because we have the opportunity to push back. And, you know, there are absolutely comparisons that I think can be made between some of what ICE has done and, you know, what Putin's National Guard did, which he stood up in 2015. But, you know, on a systemic level, we can sit on this stage and I don't have to worry, not yet, about police dragging us out of here, right? Which if we were in Russia, I guarantee would happen. And so we should be careful not to make those types of false equivalences because it weakens people's morale, right? If we are already the same as Russia, what's the point, right? It's too dangerous to fight. And I hear that from like a lot of well-meaning people. They will say that and then they'll say, look, I'm afraid for my business. I'm afraid for whatever if I say something. And while some concern is justified, we shouldn't be going overboard with that. And so that I think is actually one of my most important messages is that, and dissidents will say this, that, you know, yes, we are on the way. We have started down the path, but we are not yet at the midway point. You know, we're certainly not at the end point. And there are plenty of off-ramps between now and then, and it's our responsibility to try to do whatever we can to take them, rather than to catastrophize whatever's happening and say, you know, put up our hands and say, you know, this is it. This is the end of American democracy. I just don't think that's effective. And it actually, because then what'll happen, right? We'll say, oh, well, Trump will steal the elections. And then when he doesn't, but he does something bad, but not that bad, well, then people will say, ah, well, you know, at least he didn't do that terrible thing, so everything is actually okay. Right, and you know, you think like as a kid, that's what you do. You get an F on an exam, you come home, you tell your parents, you know, hey, I got an, you know, you don't tell your parents I got an F. You tell them, Mom, Dad, sit down. I just ran over someone on my way home. You know, and as they start freaking out, oh, no, I just got an F. We don't want to be that kid.
I hope my son is not watching right now. He's getting tips from you, Uriel. So, we've talked about Russia. Obviously, the war in Ukraine is one of the big confrontations between autocracy and democracy that our own faltering democracy has an influence on. What are some of the other places in the world or issues that you're watching where U.S. democracy faltering is potentially playing a calamitous role?
well, one would have to start with Taiwan, which will look entirely stable until the moment that it doesn't. Xi Jinping has said he wants the Chinese military to be capable of retaking it, I believe, by 2027. That's coming up pretty soon. And the administration has been, faltering is a good word, non-committal in the proposition that we would care very much. So that's one area. A second area, of course, is the broader constellation of the Western Alliance. And this is, of course, closely related, not because NATO is going to defend Taiwan, but because the perception that the US is good for its security commitments underlies both the stability of the Asia-Pacific region, and it underlies in a much more direct sense the European alliance. I think, you know, the Venezuela incident, I don't quite know what to call it, made a bigger impression in Europe than people quite understand in the United States. In the United States, our perception is, well, we had a little micro war in Venezuela, and then we threatened to
You mean like special military operation? Is that what
it was
you're
kind
trying
of
to say,
like a
Ben?
special military operation, yeah. And then we kind of threatened to annex Greenland, and then we backed down, and now everything's fine, right? Or everything's kind of back to normal. And I don't think that is the way it is being talked about in European capitals, in where first of all, the two events are very closely related in a lot of people's minds, which is that we just went in and kidnapped the head of state of a country, and then did not, as Uriel points out, did not do anything in the replacing the regime sense, right? In fact, we co-opted the regime and said, as long as you give us the oil, right, we don't really care if you're a Cuban-backed narco state. And then we menaced an ally, and over, you know, let's face it, a block of ice that we have all the security access to that we want and need anyway. And we backed down only when the stock market threatened to really tank over it. And I think, you know, you don't have to be an anti-American 1968 Parisian to say this is an unreliable ally. This is not something that a country that we can build our security future around. And we need to make other plans. And that is the importance of Prime Minister Carney's speech, which is that he shouted from the rooftops what had been previously whispered in the hallways. And a lot of people had not been saying that out front, and he did. And this is our closest ally. And by the way, he made two great metaphorical comparisons in that speech to compare the United States to. Carney is a very educated man. He wrote this speech himself. So it's worth bearing on who did he compare the United States to in this speech. Number one, to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. And his reference point for that was Václav Havel. So Václav Havel's famous essay on the power of the powerlessness, he turned around to be not about the Soviet Communist Party or the Czech Communist Party, but about the United States. That was not an accident. And then number two, to the Athenians in the Melian dialogue, which is, you know, a deep cut for those of you who are Thucydides readers. you know, the Athenians are the real bullies in that part of the story. And
I'd love to see Trump talking about Thucydides.
Yeah,
It's like, I'm just
exactly.
trying to imagine it right now.
I'd love to hear him say Thucydides.
That's right.
And so I think the key point is that the prime minister of our closest ally in the world, many, many Americans have relatives in Canada. We don't think of that as a distant relationship, you know. Goes and compares us to the bullies of the ancient world and to the Soviet Communist Party, and does it in public and says we need an alternative security arrangement. And that, I think, is the biggest issue on the table, is do any of our allies, are they ever going to believe in us ever again?
And this is such a massive gift to China, right? I mean, you know, Carney's speech was good. It was a powerful speech, but it's worth noting that this is the same man who went to China, right, and essentially bent the knee to Xi Jinping. Now, I get why he did it, right? Because without U.S. guarantees, where now he suddenly has a bully on his border, he is going to try to find the next biggest kid on the block. And that happens to be China. And of course, their you know, human rights violations and so forth are infinitely worse, but that's the impact of these actions, right?
And it's farther away. If you're Canada, you don't have a 3,000-mile border with.
Not to mention the economic imperatives. I mean, we're hurting Canada. We've hurt Canada pretty bad economically in the last year.
And we're hurt, and indirectly, right, this is what's harming the Uyghurs in China. This is what's harming the safety of Taiwan, of Tibet, and so forth, because the rest of the world will now have to depend on China in a way that they used to depend on us. And doubling down on this point, are the changes we're seeing in the U.S. empower internal repression in a lot of these countries. So I don't know how many folks have been following what's been going on in Turkey, but in the early days of Trump's administration, Erdogan arrested the mayor of Istanbul, who happened to be his single greatest political opponent. Completely trumped up political charges, and I cannot imagine that happening under a different American president, right? A member of NATO arresting overtly you know, their political opponent. And incidentally, as far as I know, the mayor of Istanbul is still detained, and with him, essentially, the greatest hope of getting rid of Erdogan in Turkey. So I think that's something that we cannot underestimate. And then the other component here that we should highlight is the personalization of global affairs, the privatization of global affairs. Who's negotiating in Ukraine? It's not a general or a diplomat. It's Trump's business partner and son-in-law. That there's no accident, you know, that we know what they're talking about by virtue of whom Trump sends there. They are talking about business. They're not talking about geopolitical concerns in Ukraine or whatever else, right? It's a business conversation. That's why he sent two people capable of doing that. And on the Russian side, we can also look at who is Putin sending. It's not Lavrov, right? It's Dmitriev. In Russian, Dmitriev's nickname is Putin's wallet. I'll let you guess as to why. So, you know, this is something that just has such incredible repercussions for how business internationally is done. I mean, we look at the Qatari jet that Trump received. We look at any of these things and the impact, and, you know, and this is going to be, I think, a generational impact, is that we are no longer talking about American national or international interests when we talk about diplomacy. We are talking about what is personally good for President Trump. And, you know, I went on Ukrainian television a year ago to actually, you know, and I can't believe I was doing this, but I was criticizing President Zelensky because I said, look, you know, he knew who President Trump was. And so if he were to come to the White House and, you know, have a meeting with Trump, then he needs to do what he needs to do. You know, and if you're going to do that, then you have to be willing to suck up. And if you're not willing to suck up, then don't go. Which, incidentally, is the advice that General Kellogg, who at that time was the ostensible Ukraine envoy, gave to Zelensky's administration. And so that's, you know, and so when I look at Machado giving the Nobel Prize to Trump, you can't judge her for that, right? I mean, she does the thing that she has to do in order to allow for the greatest possible likelihood for freedom for her people. It's unpleasant. We don't like it, certainly, and but again, I will be the last person to condemn her for doing that, and that's sort of where we're at today, where decisions are being made not because of interests, or rather not because of national interests, but because of interpersonal relationships that historically we have always insulated our diplomatic priorities from these exact challenges.
Okay, I think we have time for a question. If someone with a mic can find someone. And they get 2 cars, the people that ask the question.
2 cars for you, sir. Wow. Thank you. Very informative panel. I'd like to thank you all. My question has to do with the fact that over the last 80 years or so, the United States has essentially stood for the rule of law and principles that have helped to move the world forward, inclusiveness of all people. Now, we've taken this super military power that we've created since World War II and turned it into a vehicle fostering the enrichment of the administration and its officials and pushing the interests of MAGA and MAGA-like groups, AFD, Afrikaners, etc., globally. And by not addressing the fundamental principles that are driving this behind the scenes, we aren't, I don't think, analyzing it necessarily correctly. We have to look at those forces that are active in Minnesota, that are mirrored around the globe with groups like AFD, and what the commonalities are, and how this administration is using power of the American people, to foster these interests. And I'd like for you to comment on that and see if you can flesh out, what those underlying commonalities are that are drivers of this phenomena.
Yeah, so this is why I started with this exact point, that there are certain common threads between these movements globally. And there are a few of them. One is, if you want to put it in a gentle way, you would say anti-migrant sentiment. If you want to put it in a less gentle way, you would say xenophobia or racism. They all have in common a distaste for foreigners, a distaste for immigration in whatever context in their societies they show up. The second thing is they are very against international agreements that are not sort of bilateral arrangements between countries. So in the European context, this shows up as a hostility to the EU. In the United States, it shows up as a hostility more broadly to globalism, right? To participation in international organizations, to the UN, that sort of thing. They're very nationalistic, not in the sense of patriotic, but in the sense of being suspicious of anything that deprives or erodes national authority. A third thing is that they are anti-court. All of these movements have a suspicion of judicial resolution of questions, right? You can say it's a hostility to the rule of law, or you can say it's a hostility to the role of courts in adjudicating legal questions. Those are the ones that come to mind to me, but they are remarkably consistent across time and space.
I would take a step back, actually, and offer a very broad note that I think the free world has very much lost its way since the fall of the Soviet Union in '91. And the reason for that, in my view, is that we haven't actually been teaching values, right? We used to talk about the difference between the communist and democratic systems. We used to talk about how our values actually mattered and how they were superior in some ways, which I think is fair to say, and we haven't been doing that, right? History ended with the fall of the USSR. You know, we can focus on economic concerns, and we failed to teach people in the 90s and the early aughts about some of the kind of the core values that allowed for human prosperity, the Western prosperity in the first place. And so I don't actually think it's all that surprising, because what's happened essentially is you've had a generation and a half go through this, right? They went through school, they're now, you know, mid, some are senior level in their careers, and most of them have never thought about why our liberal democracies are structured the way they are, why they might be slow, why they might in certain cases be inefficient, why change is usually incremental rather than revolutionary. And as a result, they start looking to other systems. And when you think about some of the rhetoric that we see from the far left and the far right, they are the ones talking in terms of values, right? They're the ones making these broad proclamations that are, you know, at least ostensibly based in some kind of values. And now we can say that it's false, that they're lies, that they're hypocritical, whatever. And I would obviously support that. But at the very least, they are offering people something more than economic or bureaucratic interest. They're offering something more than kind of an academic understanding of the importance of rule of law. And, you know, we talk about rule of law, and that's a great example, actually, where I say, look, you know, it's not rule of law per se. That feels far. It feels distant. Instead, you know, we should talk about fairness. That's something everyone can understand. It's not academic. You don't have to be a lawyer or even have gone to college to understand the value of fairness. It's something that every 8-year-old can comprehend. And that's the way that I would argue, and you know, one of the things we're trying to develop at RDI, that we should be communicating you know, this weakness of classical liberalism in the US and Western Europe and beyond. It's that we have failed to offer the types of inspirational values that I think all too often the extremists are very quick to offer.
Okay, the very mean television screens have told us to wrap up. So I'll just end by saying that, you know, when I used to be, when I talked to my African friends, I would console them, and now we commiserate. And that is not a great feeling for me, but I will say that it's created a lot more mutuality and empathy between lovers of democracy the world over. And I'll just leave it there. And thank you again. Ben has all your cars for you, and and thanks for hanging in to the bitter end. Appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Melissa. I am a volunteer here with Principals First, and I am going to introduce David Frum. David Frum is a staff writer at The Atlantic and the host of The David Frum Show, a video podcast focused on politics, democracy, and public life. He's the author of 10 books on American politics, history, and international affairs. Frum previously served as a speechwriter and special assistant to President George W. Bush, where he worked on domestic and foreign policy issues at the highest levels of government. Over the course of his career, he has been a prominent voice in public debates about democratic institutions, political culture, and the responsibilities of leadership. So please help me welcome Mr. David Frum to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to blame the weather for my mixing up the time, but I can't honestly do that. In the spirit of transparency, it's just pure human error, probably advancing senility. But I'm glad to be with you now. Thank you for your patience and forbearance. It is always a disorienting experience for me to enter this famous venue, as I first came to know it when, of course, it was the host of CPAC conferences. I mean, now CPAC doesn't meet here. It meets in wherever Nazi war criminals hang out, that's where you'll find retirees. But it was but the drama of CPAC was never the events. It was this whole auxiliary marketplace where you could buy crystals and combination coffee pots and ammunition storage units and subscribe to various kinds of get-rich-quick schemes. And one of the things I was startled by as I come in here to enter this venue is to see people who are here who are for no reason other than concern for the public welfare. And they're not here to hustle and not here to be fleeced or to fleece others, but to work together jointly for the good of their country. And so I'm very honored to be here with you. It's a refreshing experience. I want to talk about something that there hasn't been a lot of in the Trump era, and that is hope. It's unfortunately not unalleviated hope, because the hope must be combined with a warning of something ominous ahead. But there is hope. Let me begin with I have many, but one of my theories of the presidency. Every new president, or every president who enters office, begins with a big bucket of minutes. You have more of them for the first term than for the second term, but however many you have, it is always finite. And every day, every president must decide how those minutes will be allocated. Well, like every human being, the president must sleep, the president should exercise, the president should take some time to relax, so that's a slice out of the minutes right there. But beyond that, each minute, once spent, never returns. There's no way to refresh that bucket. President Trump, in his first term, had no idea how to use those minutes. And so the damage that he would have liked to do was mitigated by his unawareness of how to do things, who he could trust to do them with, and even a lack of certainty about what he wanted to do. In the second term, Trump arrived with more clarity. He knew what he wanted to do. He had a better idea how to do it, and he knew who would help him. But he did have fewer minutes, and he is spending them, and you can see the minutes visibly diminishing. What he wanted to use those minutes for was to create a protectionist trade structure that would create revenues that were solely at the president's control. One of the things that a number of people have been puzzled by is, why did Trump throw such a temper tantrum after the Supreme Court struck down his tariff plan? After all, he still has majorities in both houses of Congress, thin ones, but majorities. If he believes that these tariffs are so good for America, why doesn't he do what was done at regular intervals in the 19th and early 20th century? Write a tariff bill, send it to Congress, have them pass it, collect the revenues. Well, that was not the point. The point was to have an instrument of personal power. And that's what the Supreme Court told me he no longer has. He does not have that instrument of personal power. He cannot make the tariffs go up if he's in a bad mood. He cannot make them go down if he's flattered. He has to write a tariff bill, the same as had to be done by all of the presidents of the 19th and 20th centuries when the United States was foolish enough to use a lot of tariffs. So those minutes are gone and largely without result. And now he's going to spend more of that dwindling number of minutes trying to put together a tariff structure using other statutory authorities that are even more unpromising for him. He used a lot of the minutes to build a system of repression and terror to enforce the immigration laws in ways never imagined. If you were serious about enforcing the immigration laws, you would hire a lot of auditors and send them to the big employers of immigrant labor, places like this, and you'd send them to a room in the back and say, let's see the roll call of who you have on the books. Let's see their Social Security numbers, and you would audit the Social Security numbers, and you would say, you've got a certain number of employees here who are not legal to work in the United States, and your fine will be $100,000 or whatever it is. And the hotels would get the message and would check in future more carefully, and word would go forth to the planet that if you are thinking of investing the time and effort and the personal risk to come to the United States in hope of entering the American job market, that might not be such a good investment anymore, and you would see a reduction. That's, if you wanted to enforce, you would enforce it that way. And you would do it that way because you would understand not only is it more humane, but it would not create the kind of resistance that you get when you shoot American citizens in the face. And those minutes, that fight is not over, but the torture prison in El Salvador is closed. The people who were sent there are allowed to return, and there is going to be a spasm of private litigation coming soon from people who are abused, who are detained, who are held in ways they were not, that is going to just consume the Trump immigration apparatus, those minutes are gone and gone forever. He wasted minutes trying to indict members of Congress, 4 members of the House and 2 of the Senate, for things they said. I sometimes think that the analogy for Donald Trump, this is a little obscure, but one of the reasons to study history, so you don't really compare everything to goddamn Hitler. But the Anglo-American constitutional tradition starts in the 17th century when King Charles I tried to raise revenue without Parliament, to spend the proceeds without Parliament, and in one of his very last acts, before starting a civil war, arrest parliamentarians for things they said on the floor of Parliament. 5 in that case, not 6. And King Charles tried it, they were gone, he missed, and that was one of the triggers of the English Civil War, which ended with King Charles losing his head. And ever since then, Anglo-American chief executives have understood if you want a tax, you must ask the Parliament or the Congress. If you want to spend, you must ask the Parliament and the Congress. And no matter what fool thing they say on the floor of Congress, you can't arrest them for it. It's in the Constitution. It's also just common sense. Don't arrest people for fool things they say. It will blow back at you, as happened to Charles I. Those minutes are gone. And you can see that the president's standing in the country is diminishing. His self-control is diminishing. He is what is the word? He's disinhibiting and losing control. It seems like he telephoned to C-SPAN this morning. It's hard to believe that that's true. Did you all see this clip? A caller named John Barron, who did one of the best Trump impressions you've ever heard, called into the C-SPAN morning show, home of the craziest callers in the world, to rant and rave about Hakeem Jeffries. And you listen to this and you think, can it be? Can it really be? It sounds like, but no, it can't be. But it sounds like it, but no, it can't be. But the point is, if it were true, would you be surprised? Like if you were watching the C-SPAN morning show and you heard a really good Barack Obama impersonator calling in, you would know that's a really good Barack Obama impersonator. But it is highly unlikely. No, that's not beyond highly unlikely. It's utterly impossible that it is Barack Obama himself who is calling into the C-SPAN morning show to vent his spleen and fury at John Boehner. He's not going to do that. But it seems like he's... So you have this decompression. Now, here is the warning. Here is the warning. It is a little incredible to me that we seem to be standing in silence with scarcely a word of debate on what could be a very large war in the Middle East, on the precipice of one. The Trump administration has assembled enormous amounts of air and naval power in the vicinity around Iran, and they are speaking as if they hope the Iranians will capitulate to this air and naval power. Now, I think most people in this room, maybe everyone in this room, is tremendously moved by the sacrifices and heroism of the Iranian people fighting for common freedoms that we all take for granted. We suffered with them through the brutal suppression of the Women Life Freedom protests of 2 years ago, where the Iranian regime seems to have gone out of their way to disfigure and torture women. They use rape as a weapon against not a weapon of war, but a weapon of internal repression. I don't want to say that's worse, but it's more startling and astonishing that you don't even have the pretense that, well, this is an enemy of the nation. These are your own people to whom you are doing this. And who knows how many are dead, but the toll looks atrocious, maybe unprecedented since maybe Tiananmen Square. Maybe it's worse than that, by a government against its own people. If the President of the United States has promised that the United States would help, and you know he's a bozo, and I know he's a bozo, but they don't know it in Iran. They think that's a real American president, and he promised them help. And those words should mean something when they are said by someone who holds the office of President of the United States. But if you're going to send help, you need a plan. You need Congress, you need public opinion, and you need some opinion about how this help is actually going to be delivered. It's not helpful to go in and just smash things with no idea of what happens after the things are smashed. But the Venezuela war is a warning, and I think the Venezuela raid, if you want to call it that, is a warning. That Trump does not, in fact, he's constitutionally opposed to thinking very far ahead about what happens after you've deployed violence. That he used, in that case, he used violence to seize somebody for a medley of reasons, some of them rational, a bad dictator, some of them rational but mostly fictitious, bad dictator at the center of the drug trade. Well, he did do some drug trading, but he's by no means an important person. And some of them really crazy. Like, this is the guy who ran the Dominion voting machine scam And he will, when he's in court, testify that Biden was never properly elected president. I think for Trump, that's a big part of what the Maduro apprehension is about, that he's hoping to get Maduro to testify that the 2020 election was stolen by Maduro and Venezuela's cutting-edge voting machine technology, operated by telepathic mental rays by Hugo Chavez from beyond the grave. And he'll testify to that, and then Trump will let him go the way he let go the much bigger drug dealer from Honduras. And that seems to be something he has in mind. But what he did not have in mind was installing the legitimate ruler of Venezuela, a future of Venezuela of rights and freedoms and elections and constitutional government. None of that interested in him. And when you see that precedent, you think, what can be ahead for Iran with this massive display of firepower? Because one thing that Trump may be hoping is that although the minutes don't come back, what can sometimes happen from a big and successful war is a reinvigoration of executive power. That you get to do things again that you might not otherwise be able to do. You can detain people, maybe. You can enforce secrets. You can crack down on the press. The United States has long and happy histories of all of these things, and you can give it one more try. I think that is another reason this Iran project is very exciting to him. For those of us, as I do, and maybe some of you in this room do, who come from the center-right tradition of believing in American power, as was discussed in the last panel, both hard power as well as soft, of believing that American force can overturn dictatorships and restore democracies. This is a very mixed moment. But to quote Donald Rumsfeld, or to paraphrase Donald Rumsfeld, you don't go to war with the president you want. You go to war with the sociopathic criminal you have. And that makes me nervous. And I think it should make us all nervous. Whether Trump really does it or not remains uncertain, maybe mysterious even to him. It is so extraordinary. I'm working right now on a story about America's negotiations over the future of the island of Diego Garcia. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that story. You can read about it in The Atlantic. But in the course of 15 months, the United States has flipped and flopped as to whether or not it's in favor of a treaty of governing this island. The president will one month say he's in favor of it, the next month denounce it on Truth Social, then get a call from somebody else and change his mind and change his mind again. That has been the pattern for American foreign policy. When people say that Trump never bluffs, I think there's something true to that, because to bluff is to have one intention but a different outward face. That's not what you describe someone who doesn't have a consistent thought. That's not bluffing, that's just hysterical quavering. However, once he makes up his mind, when we get through this Iran business, we are on the way to the elections of 2026, where Trump's efforts to exert executive authority have failed, more minutes gone. And we may be about to see the restoration of meaningful checks and balances in the government, and some restrictions on arbitrary power and the corruption that follows. Let me pause there and take a question if you have one to ask. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frum. My name is Connor Clark. Currently at a small econ-focused think tank and at University of Maryland. A lot of us are privileged in DC. Sometimes we can get a quick word in with a congressman or senator, and I know I've done that. And sometimes I wonder what to do with those 30 to 90 seconds I have with them, because we've seen critics of Trump, mostly Democrats, willing to die on certain hills.
Yeah.
It was healthcare subsidies a few months ago, which I admit that was not my hill to die on as a center-right guy, but I can understand why they were going for ICE. And then you look at what the last panel was talking about, with Democrats decided not to die on the hill of all foreign aid, but they and a lot of good-willed Republicans went to the mats and preserved PEPFAR. So for those of us who are citizens and active and engaged and, not just getting mad about the latest tweet, how should we think about leaning on leaders in Congress or media or wherever we as citizens can have influence to say, hey, this is something you should go to the mats for to check this administration? And then what are some things, how do we know for sure that it's just culture war nonsense and not to bring that into it?
look, I don't like to tell working politicians their business. And I think it's also, we always have to keep in mind the difference in the urgent and the important. And politicians live in the world of the urgent, and one of the things that you can do here is live in the world of the important, which is often not the same thing. I had the experience a little while ago of speaking to a group of Democratic office holders and just sort of as a troll trying to get them to say the phrase free trade. And they couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. We're against dumb tariffs. I say, well, what are smart tariffs? Are there such a thing? What would a smart tariff look like? How would you know the difference when you had one? But they couldn't do it. But look, there's a tension here, and I just think we have to live with it, which is the reason Trump is dangerous is because he's not like a normal Republican president. But the reason he's unpopular right now is more because of the things that are more like. He's doing upward economic redistribution. He's failing to deliver economic growth. He's not paying enough attention to the cost of living for everyday people. That's most probably what is dragging him down more than anything else. The ICE business probably makes it worse, but I think he could get away with a lot of that if this year was prosperous as 2017, 2018, and 2019 were. And we know the truth that he's not in the tradition of his predecessors. He's not in the tradition of Romney and McCain and Bush and Reagan and Bob Dole. But a lot of people think he has all of their worst features, none of their good ones, and that's why he's in trouble. And Democratic practitioners understand that and are restraining him in the way that they know best, because they have their job, you have yours.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
From out here, sir. Back here, yeah. Two-parter question. Part one, has Hegseth texted you the Iran battle plans?
Yeah.
I'll get around here so you can see me. And then part two is, how confident are you that the elections and the midterms and the next election will have integrity?
Yeah. Let me answer the first is a joke, so I'll answer the second one. Second one seriously. I've had two conversations about this on the podcast I do with knowledgeable people. One is Michael Waldman of the Brennan Center, and the other is Stephen Richer, who I think is known to many of you and the people in this room. And the conclusion I've taken away from both of them is it's going to be surprisingly difficult to manipulate the congressional elections, which are administered by the states and which are run over, as Stephen Richer points out, 9,000 separate voting jurisdictions in the country. You can try to send ICE agents to intimidate a certain number of those 9,000 centers, and maybe if the election were really close, it might do you some good in some places, but it's probably not going to be that close, it looks like. And much of the manipulation and the things that Trump most wanted to do, which is to take control of the election apparatus, not only into federal hands, but into the president's personal hands, that project failed. What Richer and Waldman both agreed was the place of maximum danger is actually after the voting happens, to find some way to deny its effect. And if the election is done by a margin of 3, 4, or 5 seats in the House, to try to, for example, refuse to seat people, the way Speaker Johnson refused to seat for weeks and weeks somebody who was duly elected. But if it's a margin of 30 or 40, that's a pretty lame tactic too. So I would be very anxious about it, but it's not one of the things I am these days. I have in the past been extremely anxious about it. Right now, I just think when the margins are shaping up to look like the way they are shaping up to look, it's not a very effective method. The system is just too messy and local and diffuse for any one person, however malicious, to try to shut it down entirely.
Good afternoon, sir. Are you happy with what President George W. Bush has said or not said about President Trump, or what would be your advice to him if you had a magic wand for him to say?
Well, there's what I would advise and what I would personally do. Look, I'm a hothead. And I'm going to say what comes into mind. But and I sometimes wish other people were a little bit more hot-headed. I can't help that feeling. But it's important to know that sometimes people in politics take strength from the opposition against them. And the question I would ask you to contemplate, if you were Donald Trump and George W. Bush came out and denounced you for this or that, especially on an immigration front, what would you say? How would you use that? Would that be a problem for you, or would that be a resource for you? And I'm inclined to think he would find that a resource. Same thing with Barack Obama. And I think presidents make their biggest impact, not by the ex-presidents, not by the things they do, by the places they go. So one of the things that I had wished would happen was after the Trump administration made those horrible comments denigrating the sacrifice of America's allies in Afghanistan and Iraq, I think it would have been a good idea if the living presidents, especially George Bush and Barack Obama, the two who were at the front line during those wars, had just gone on a joint trip, no speeches, just to lay wreaths. Go lay the wreath in Denmark, lay the wreath in Great Britain, lay the wreath in Ottawa. Just make it say, we did not forget. Say no more than that. That is powerful. But open speech can give Trump the energy he needs to say the world is against me and to relitigate elections past when politics is most powerfully about the future. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Given the Gallup organization has been surveying Americans for past 38 years, since 1988 through 25, on political party affiliation, and that independence has risen from, let's say, the 19% Ross Perot got in 1990 to 45% in 2025. And given that the independents lack what the Republicans and Democrats have, a political party in their name with candidates they might find more appealing than the lesser of two evils, given the existential threat we face as a country, do you think there's merit in the establishment of a nationwide independence party that would give the 45% of affiliated independents a true choice?
The United States has a long history of powerful and successful third parties. But third parties have been successful basically under two conditions. One is they are successful when there is an issue that is really important to a large part of the country that the two parties, for one reason or another of their own, do not want to address. Before the Civil War, that issue was slavery, or free soil more specifically. In the 1870s and 1880s, that issue was the currency, and specifically deflation. At other times, it was alcohol prohibition. At other times, it was socialism. And so there was this topic lying on the floor that created a coherent body of opinion that wanted to hear that topic talked about. The two parties said this issue will split our existing coalitions. We want to go nowhere near it. It's there for somebody to use. So you need a coherent issue, a single one. The other way, and this happens less often, is when you have an overwhelmingly charismatic person who somehow rallies people to their cause. Long after Americans became less socialist, Eugene Victor Debs still mobilized people. Ross Perot, in his own way, did the same thing. So the question is, do either of those, and when what has not worked is a broad-based, multi-factor discontent with the political system as it is, where you try to loop together a bunch of people with many different complaints against the two parties into one organization. That has been tried often in modern times, and it has not worked. So I think the question would be, do the first two conditions, is there a charismatic figure, or is there a single issue that the parties are not addressing? I think you can imagine the single issue that might happen. The two parties it could be some reaction against technology. It could be some kind of reaction of young people against a system where it seems to tax the young to pay the old. You can imagine something like that. But I would caution about when you talk about those big numbers about the independents, you're not seeing the gathering of a coherent centrist force. You're seeing the same fragmentation of opinion and disaffiliation from institutions. It's much the same way, but it's like looking at people leaving church and say, aha, we've become a nation of Buddhists. No, we've become a nation of non-joiners. And they're leaving churches for many different reasons and going to many different places. So I think for now, and what has always happened, the reason third parties, their careers end as the Free Soilers became the Republicans, as the soft money people ended up in the Democratic Party, as alcohol prohibition got its chance and then was done away with, as the parties eventually say, you know what, this block of opinion is too big, and even though it splits our pre-existing coalition, one of us is going to find some way to incorporate it into our new coalition and shed the old members who don't like it. And I think that will happen. And one of the questions for the future, and this is maybe the people in the room, there are not tens of millions, but single millions, often in the right places, of people who are not on the left, but who believe in American institutions, believe in the rule of law, maybe personally religious, don't want to see that faith imposed on others, and who look at a world of the left of the Democratic Party and the Trumpist MAGA movement and say, I need something that looks more like good government organization. I would say the place for movements like that to start is above all at the state and local level, especially municipal politics. And if you were to build a good government party in Los Angeles that says, everyone thinks that prison guards should be well compensated, but $250,000 a year after overtime is a little rich for prison guards. We need reform of that. And the trash should be picked up regularly, and there shouldn't be crime in the streets. And if you're a drug addict, you need help, but you shouldn't be allowed to sleep in front of the kindergarten. Those forces may begin to appear in places like New Jersey and California, and who knows, then they may bubble up nationally. Thank you all so much for your attention today.
All right, so we have some closing remarks happening in just a moment, but I wanted to do a couple more housekeeping things for you guys today. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. We know it's cold. We know some of you have to get back home and are worried about the weather. So thank you for those who are able to hang back. So, we talked about some of the volunteer and state chapters, things that we've been able to develop in the last year, and it's really exciting. And, if you participated in some of the conversations today, we hope that you will come and join us for volunteering. You can get all the information that you need on the little QR code on the back of your little lanyard. So that'll have a way to sign up to volunteer, also just additional information. You will be getting an email from us in the next few days or so with some highlights of the summit. And also, we will be having a new volunteer onboarding session this Thursday, 26th, at 7 p.m. Eastern. So if you're not ready to volunteer yet, you want to learn more, that's a perfect opportunity to join us. We will be sending that information out in an email. So that is going to be this upcoming Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce for one final time our founder, Heath Mayo.
Well, I'm not going to keep us very long because I know we're all trying to beat the snow, but I just wanted to take this last minute to say thank you for being here this weekend. I know it's not easy. Folks travel in from any corners of the country, and it's just always such a privilege and an honor to be here with all of you who care so much about our country. And it's a tough time right now for our country. It's a tough time to want to engage in politics when politics is so exhausting and destructive. But the only way it is going to get better is if we step up and do something about it. And I hope you were energized, for those of you who are here this morning, for the breakouts that we did, talking about what we can do when we leave here today. I think that's some of the most important work that's going to get done. We invite you to be a part of it. We invite you to come back next year. We're already thinking about where this is going to be, when it's going to be, what we're going to talk about. The country obviously will be in an important political moment then as well, and we want to be a part of it and continue to be a part of the debate about what America is going to be. So we just are so proud and privileged to be here with you. I want to take the time today to thank every single volunteer who made this possible. Yes, thank you. This is a completely volunteer effort that comes together every year, and I want to thank our fearless leader, Brittany Martinez, who really, in terms of getting this going, has done an incredible job. But all of our volunteers, we have a volunteer team of about 30 to 40 people that meet on a weekly basis on Zoom calls, talking about, I'll set up the sign-in table, you set up the swag table, and then I'll buzz around, make sure that everybody's going to be in the room, and I'll set up the timer. So it's just really a special thing to be a part of. And I want to thank all of them for giving their time and their energy to this, because it continues to be a special thing. And lest you think that we are not having any impact, you will see reporting already about this conference where the White House has responded. You will not be, you will not be surprised to know that they think that we're irrelevant. They think that no one's listening to what we're saying. But we are here, and I don't know where they are, but we are here having this conversation, and CPAC has had to move their location, so I don't know what they are what they're thinking. And if we were that irrelevant, if we really didn't matter all that much, why would they be taking time out of the busy White House schedule to respond to the Principles First Summit? So we're having an impact, we're on the radar, and we're going to continue to grow. Next year, this room needs to be twice the size, and the people in this room are going to be the ones that make it happen. Thank you, God bless, safe travels, and thank you for coming to the Principles First Summit. On social media, we're at Principles_1ST. On Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, all of it, yeah. All right, thank you.